From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Hi, Johnny.
Who dat?
George Reed.
Well, Merry Christmas, George.
Is it?
Oh, what's the matter?
You ever hear of Jediah Gillis?
Eccentric? Owns about half of Rhode Island?
That's the boy. A couple of weeks ago, he wrote a special policy on an item he wanted insured.
And it's up and disappeared, huh?
How'd you know?
Oh, just a wild guess. What did he lose?
I hope you're sitting down, Johnny.
Yeah? Why?
Because the insured item is a mouse.
House?
Mouse.
What?
Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Floyd's of England, American Branch Office, 443 North 15th Street, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the missing mouse matter. Expense account item 1, 85 cents, taxi from my apartment to George Reed's office. He was on his feet waiting for me. His Ivy League suit looked as though it had been slept in, and he needed a shave.
Close the door, Johnny.
Yeah, sure.
Johnny, I'm going to level with you. This thing has me going.
Well, it serves you right. Anybody who'd insure a mouse deserves what he gets.
Yeah, but it isn't an ordinary mouse, Johnny.
No?
Not according to Mr. Gillis's original application. Yeah, take a look.
Item to be insured. One unusually talented grayish-brown mouse. Unusually talented? Like how?
I don't know.
What?
I tried to find out, but Gillis wouldn't tell me.
And still you issued the policy.
You know our company, Johnny. We have a reputation for insuring almost anything, but we have to draw the line occasionally, and we would have here, except for one thing.
What's that? And believe me, it better be good.
It is. Gillis carries all of his insurance with us.
Yeah, but even so.
Just one of his several policies is a straight life for $350,000.
Wow, king-size premiums, huh?
Exactly. So when he called asking us to insure this fellow's mouse for a few weeks...
Wait a minute. Gillis doesn't own it?
No.
Well, who does?
It belongs to a friend of his, a man named Glazer. He's spending the holidays with Gillis. Gillis didn't want to be responsible if something happened to Glazer's mouse while he's there, so he asked us to write the policy.
How much did you insure it for?
All the company would allow, $5,000.
Oh, now, George, you think I want to get all worked up over a lousy $5,000 loss? What kind of a commission can I possibly make on that?
Look, give me a chance to finish, will you?
All right, but only because it's Christmas.
All right. Late last night, I received a call from Gillis. He wanted to know whom we considered the best investigator in this part of the country. When I told him, he told me about the mouse and insisted I send you up to help look for it.
No, George, I'm sorry, but I'm going to pass. I've handled some screwy cases in my time, but this is...
Please wait till I finish, will you? I told Gillis you wouldn't be interested. That's when he started putting on the squeeze.
Squeeze? How do you mean?
He said if I didn't get you, he'd cancel his policy.
Oh, come on. You don't believe that, do you?
I don't know what to believe. Gillis is a screwball of the first water. We've known that for a long time, and frankly, I'd rather not take a chance.
Well, you've got to.
Maybe not. I've received an okay from upstairs. On this one, you can write your own ticket.
Well, why didn't you say so in the first place?
You didn't give me a chance. Look, there's a train for Providence at 3:30. Here's Gillis's address. He wants you to stay with him.
That'll cost more, Georgie.
It figures. Merry Christmas, Johnny.
Same to you, Santa Claus. Expense account item 2, 85 cents, cab fare back to my apartment. I was intrigued by what George had told me and by what his company was going to add to my bank account, so I didn't really mind changing my plans for the holidays. Expense account item 3, $18.90, transportation, including a round-trip ticket, Hartford to Providence, and cab fare out to the Gillis residence. Palace would be a better word for it. It stood in the middle of a large wooded park. Must have been half a dozen acres, all of it surrounded by an old-fashioned iron fence. I dismissed the cab and had started toward the front door when it opened. And standing against the light, watching me, was a tall, beautiful girl.
Careful of the steps.
What?
The steps, they're icy.
Oh, thanks.
We've been expecting you, Mr. Dollar. Hi.
Well, hi.
Mr. Glazer and Father are in the library. Would you like to meet him now or wait till after you're settled?
I'm afraid I'd better see them right away, Miss Gillis.
Marion, Johnny. Well, come along. You know, for the first time, I'm glad I came home for the holidays.
Home from where?
New York. Here we are. You'll have to come visit me, Johnny. Maybe I'll do something drastic, like losing a mouse to guarantee it.
Marion, I told you to keep that door closed.
Oh, Mr. Dollar's here, Father.
Oh, well, have him come in. Yes, by all means, have him come in.
See you later, Johnny.
Yeah.
Well, Dollar, glad you finally got here. Yes, indeed.
Thank you, sir.
This is my friend and associate, Bert Glazer.
Hiya, Mr. Glazer.
Bertie and his pals, Mr. Dollar.
Beg pardon?
My dog act. You investigators are supposed to have good memories. I hoped you might have caught us at some time or other.
No, afraid not.
Oh, would you like to have a drink, Mr. Dollar?
No, thanks. Now, suppose
I got anything you want to drink. I got an eggnog, hot buttered rum.
Well, maybe later. Right now, I'd like to hear the details of your loss.
You mean that insurance agent didn't give you all the information?
He didn't know it all, Mr. Gillis. All he did know was that a so-called talented mouse
So-called?
has disappeared.
So-called. And he hasn't disappeared either, not at all. He's been kidnapped, that's what.
Kidnapped, yes, sir, and we know who did it, too.
And why? We know why, too.
And it's your job to get him back, Dollar.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
And I'm not going to pay 1 red cent for ransom. Not 1 cent.
Not 1 cent.
Okay. But what makes you so sure the mouse was kidnapped?
Well, I'm afraid I can't tell you that without Bert's permission.
Well, Mr. Glazer?
Well, if we tell you, we must have your solemn promise you won't repeat it to anybody until Christmas Day.
Well, I'm not sure I can do that.
If you can't, we don't open our mouths.
Right.
Well,
Okay, till Christmas Day.
good. Dollar, suppose I told you Gulliver was worth at least $50,000.
Gulliver?
The missing mouse.
Oh,
You'd be surprised if I said he was worth that much?
depends. You claim he's talented. Does that have something to do with this valuation you put on him?
Something. Oh, it has everything to do with it.
Yes, sir.
Well, what does Gulliver do that other mice can't?
Nothing. But it's how he does it that counts.
How he does what?
Sings.
What?
Can't you hear the man, Miss Della? Can't you hear him? Gulliver sings. He carries a tune. You know.
With the clarity of a clarion, the fervor of a female opera star, and the tone of a tenor. That's how we plan to bill him.
I see.
But he doesn't believe us.
Oh, no, wait. I didn't say that.
There's no need to. We can tell by your face. Can't we, Bert?
But a mouse.
Mr. Dollar, it is a scientific fact that mice sing.
Mice sing.
Well-known magazines have published articles proving it. Unfortunately, most of them sing in a scale too high for human hearing. But not Gulliver.
Well, not Gulliver.
Yeah, that's right. He's a basso.
A basso.
By mousy standards, that is. Oh, no. No, Bert, he still doesn't believe us.
Very well, Jedediah, there is only one thing to
There's
do.
only one thing to do.
You follow us, Dollar. We'll erase the doubt in your mind forever.
I took a good look at Bert Glazer, then reluctantly followed the two of them out of the library and down a long hall. At the moment, this thing had all the earmarks of a good old-fashioned con game. Or better still, a benefit on behalf of Bert Glazer with Jodiah Gillis and Floyd's of England as the sole cash contributors. We wandered for what seemed like blocks through the old mansion and finally reached a large playroom. On top of one of the billiard tables was a small brass cage. In it were 2 small grayish-brown mice. Glazer opened the cage and let them out.
Mr. Dollar, allow me to present Hecuba and Esmeralda.
Oh, how do you do? I suppose they sing, too.
Oh, they certainly do. But not nearly as well as Gulliver. Just don't have the instrument, you know.
Instrument?
The voice, Dollar, the voice, the vocal cords.
Oh, yeah, I see. But, now, where did you keep Gulliver?
In here with the others. Bert didn't want to separate them.
That's right. I originally started to make the 3 of them into a singing, trio, like the Andrews sisters. But Gulliver advanced so rapidly, I decided he should be a soloist.
Oh, sure.
You aren't afraid of mice, Mr. Dollar?
No.
No, well, that's fine. They sense it if you are, you know. It upsets them.
Upsets them. All right, now, Hecuba, move over a bit. Give Esmeralda some room. That's it. Now, up on your haunches. Up, Esmeralda. There we are. Now, what would you like to hear, Mr. Dollar?
Oh, anything at all?
Oh, Bert, how about my favorite? Over the Waves.
Good. Yeah, da. You got it, Esmeralda? Over the waves. That's it, Hecuba. All ready then? Good. That'll be fine. Ready now? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's it. Oh, beautiful, Esmeralda. Beautiful. Yeah, da.
Well, I won't say I was convinced, but I won't say I wasn't. But I will say those mice were singing something, or giving a mighty good imitation of it. We returned to the library, and this time I sampled the eggnog liberally.
Is that all right, Dollar?
Oh, fine, thanks.
Well, Dollar, you know now why we believe Gulliver was kidnapped?
Well, I'm not sure.
To exploit him. What else?
Exactly.
You have any idea who did it?
Harry McQueen, that's who.
McQueen.
Who's McQueen?
Used to be my agent.
Theatrical agent?
Uh-huh.
He's been snooping around here lately, Johnny. We figure he's gotten wind of our mice.
Well, what do you mean by snooping around, Mr. Gillis?
No, you know, he's been out here twice this week wanting to see me.
Had to kick him out of here yesterday morning.
How'd he get in?
Well, my daughter answered the door.
Yes,
She didn't know McQueen from Adam. So when he asked for me, she figured he belonged in here, rehearsing the show with the rest of us.
Rehearsing what show, Mr. Gillis?
What show? The show for the Children's Hospital.
Jodiah puts one on for the sick kids every Christmas Eve.
Of course.
You know, Dollar, variety act, a Santa Claus. This year, though, we got a radio hookup. Go all over the state. And Gulliver, well, he was going to headline.
And that's why I sent for you, Dollar. I figured you can get him back by tomorrow afternoon if anybody can.
How long was McQueen in here before you noticed him?
Long enough to lift Gulliver.
This was our dress rehearsal, Dollar. We'd asked some of the kids from around the neighborhood in to watch, so it was pretty crowded.
Where were the mice during the rehearsal?
Well, that's where I made my mistake.
What do you mean?
We were keeping them a secret till the real show.
Well, where were they?
In their cage, over there on the mantel.
Now, we were using this part of the room for the stage, so McQueen could have just reached in and taken Gulliver without us seeing him.
Now, what makes you so sure McQueen did it?
We told you.
Besides, who else would want him?
Who else? And it was right after I kicked him out of here that I discovered Gulliver was missing.
What'd you do then?
Why, I called off the rehearsal and started searching for him.
McQueen?
Big Gulliver.
And I put in a telephone call to the Providence house where McQueen was staying.
Did you talk to him?
Nope. They said he checked out.
After questioning them for a while, I finally had a nightcap with Jediah, then went to the phone in the hall and made some calls, including one to George Reed.
Well, how's it going, Johnny?
It's not. That's why I'm calling. Look, they think a theatrical agent named Harry McQueen stole the mouse. He has offices in Boston and New York. I placed a person-to-person call to both offices, but with tomorrow Christmas Eve, he might not get the message.
So, what do you want me to do?
Find out his home number. Ask him to call me here.
Okay. Anything else? Hello? Johnny? Johnny, you there?
Yeah. And so is a cat.
What?
A big yellow cat.
What's so unusual about that?
Oh, nothing. Except he's got a grayish-brown mouse between his two front paws.
Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in just a moment. You can't buy happiness by the pound or the yard, but you can have it by the hour with no strings attached every Monday through Friday evening and each Saturday in the daytime when the Robert Q. Lewis Show is on the air. Join him and his fun-loving gang 5 nights a week and Saturdays in the daytime on most of these same stations. Now, Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Missing Mouse Matter.
I was standing in the hall of Jediah Gillis's home looking at a big yellow cat that had a mouse between its two front paws. As far as I was concerned, a mouse is a mouse, and this one could be Gulliver. I cut short my phone conversation with George Reed, then started toward the cat. Here, kitty. Here, kitty, kitty. Nice, kitty. Pretty kitty.
Mama,
Here, kitty.
Mama, where are you?
Here, kitty, kitty. That's a good kitty. Now, kitty, let me have the little mouse.
Mama, you naughty cat, where... Oh,
This cannibal belong to you, Marion?
yes, I promised Father I'd... What do you mean, cannibal?
Take a look.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. And he's very, very dead.
Oh, you don't think it's Gulliver, do you?
Well, Mr. Glazer will have to identify him. And if he is, Well, that's that.
Oh, no, Johnny.
What do you mean?
Oh, Johnny, please, you don't have to tell him, do you?
Well, sure. If it's Gulliver, this thing's cleared up. If it's not, your Rama gets a reward for being a good mouser.
Oh, Johnny, please. Dad almost had a fit when I arrived here with Rama. He made me promise to keep him in my room.
This the only time he's been out?
Well, no.
Oh.
He was out for a little while yesterday while they were rehearsing. I didn't notice he was gone till after lunch.
Then the corpse could be Gulliver's.
Oh, Johnny, if it is, there's nothing we can do about it now. And if you tell my father, besides making him angry, it'll break his heart.
All right. I won't say anything until tomorrow night.
Oh, thanks, Johnny. Night.
Good night. Christmas Eve morning came cold, crisp, and clear. The Gillis grounds were covered with new fallen snow, and the trees were heavy with icicles, giving the whole place the look of a winter wonderland. I dressed and went down to join Gillis and Bert Glazer at breakfast. I was on my third strawberry when the phone started to ring.
Yeah. You expecting a call, Dollar?
Yeah, matter of fact, I am.
Yeah, then you'd better answer it. If it's somebody at the broadcast station for me, tell them I'll be at the Children's Hospital at noon. They can call me there.
Right. Hello?
Johnny Dollar?
Speaking.
Look, I don't know what's going on down there or why you're going to pester me about it.
Who is this?
Harry McQueen, who did you think?
Well, I wasn't sure.
Well, your friend Reed got me out of bed this morning, Dollar. He told me you wanted to ask me some questions about a mouse that's missing from Jediah Gillis's place.
Hey, that's right. What do you know about it?
Well, I've done a lot of pilfering in my time. I've taken towels from hotels from Maine to Miami and Seattle to Bridgeport. But I never had to stoop so low as to steal a mouse from any hotel, garbage dump, trap, or field. Do I make myself clear?
Perfectly. Except for one thing.
Yeah?
This particular mouse was a performer.
Was a what?
He was trained, did tricks.
Still doesn't interest me.
Well, then why were you trying to see Mr. Gillis?
To get some of my people on his Christmas show. Anything wrong with that?
No.
There'll be a lot of publicity about it. Would have done him a lot of good.
And you're sure you weren't interested in the mouse?
Look, Dollar, when I went into this business 18 years ago, I swore then I'd never handle kids, belly dances, or animal acts.
But you handled Bert Glazer's dog act.
Is what?
Dog act. Bertie and his
Oh,
pals.
somebody's feeding you a line, Dollar. That act was Bill Bertie and his pal, and the pal is a dummy. Glazer's a top-notch ventriloquist. He's a master. You hear me, Dollar?
Yeah, Harry. I hear you fine. I had to do some thinking, so I put on my coat and went outside for a walk around that wooded park. What I had just learned about Glazer confirmed what my instinct, my common sense, had been telling me all along. Except for one thing. The performance given by Hecuba and Esmeralda the night before. If Glazer had been doing the singing for those two mice, he was a master ventriloquist. Which was exactly what Harry McQueen said he was. I'd started back toward the house, wondering if I should get Jediah aside now and tell him or wait until after the show when something soft and cold hit me on the back of the head. Hey!
Sorry, Johnny, I couldn't resist such a serious target. Anything new?
Well, if you mean have I found Gulliver, the singing mouse, no.
Dad told me to tell you if Gulliver does turn up before 1:15, rush him over to the hospital.
Yeah, sure. But I think that's extremely unlikely.
You think Rama got him, don't you?
If he did, he got a very ordinary mouse. He didn't get one that sings.
I'm afraid I lost you.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, now I wonder what he wants.
Who?
That boy on the porch.
Oh, well, if this was Hartford, I'd say he was the paper boy coming around to collect.
Well, it's not Hartford, and he's not a paper boy because Dad doesn't subscribe to anything but Fortune.
Oh, well, then he's selling something.
Well, if he is, he's not going to give us a chance to buy any. Johnny, looks like we scared him off.
That's funny.
Hey! Hey, come back!
He sure tore out of here when he saw us.
Wonder what he wanted.
Do you suppose he was one of the kids they invited in to see the dress rehearsal?
Well, if he was, what would he be doing back here today?
I don't know. Let's take a look around. We found it in the playroom, near where Gulliver's cage had been. It was a roundish metal clamp, the kind a boy wraps around his trouser leg when he's riding a bike. I was about to call the hospital and ask Jediah for a list of all the kids they'd invited to the rehearsal when the front doorbell rang.
Johnny, it's that boy again.
Better let me get in. Hi.
Hi. I was over here to see the show the other day.
Oh?
Yeah. You see it?
No, I wasn't here then.
Oh. Jeez. Sure is cold.
Yeah, sure is. Oh, why don't you come in and get warm?
Oh, no, that's okay.
No, come on. Nobody's here.
No? Oh, okay.
Yeah, sure, come on.
I don't want to bother nobody, you know. I was just riding by and I thought I'd stop and tell old man Gillis what a swell show they put on.
You really liked it, huh?
Yeah. All except for that Santa Claus.
Oh? What was wrong with him?
Nothing. Just that, well, who believes in all that smushy kid stuff?
Kids, I guess. How old are you,
Bobby Neves.
How old are you, Bobby?
Almost 11.
Well, being that old, I can understand why you weren't impressed with the Santa Claus.
All that other stuff, too. You know, like giving presents and singing those hymns and junk like that. You gotta cut it out when you start growing up.
You sure do, boy.
Yeah. You know, you and my mom, you get along just fine.
Oh?
Yeah. She feels about Christmas. She feels about Christmas just like you and me do.
All right.
Yeah. Boy, this log fire sure makes your eyes smart, don't it?
Yeah, it sure does. Where do you live, Bobby?
Crosstown, Scully Avenue.
Well, how'd you happen to be over here the other day?
Well, I was riding my bike when I saw this dog. Well, gee, he was... Anyhow, when I tried to catch him, he ran from me. I followed the silly mutt clear over here.
Uh-huh. You ever catch him?
No. I was about to when this man hollered and asked me if I wanted to see a free show. So I came in.
I see. Well, you must like dogs a lot, huh?
Sure.
You got one?
Used to have when my pop was with us, but we can't have no pets where we're living now.
Oh, that's rough.
Yeah. You know that poem?
Which one?
You know, about all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse.
Yeah?
Well, that fits our place. Especially now.
How do you mean?
Well, I didn't think he'd miss it, you know. Man with a house as big as this one and all. So when I saw this cute little fella up in that cage, well, I didn't really mean to take him on holding me, but when he got under my sweater and was real quiet, like he liked me, well, you know what I mean.
Yeah, Bobby. I know.
But I got to thinking and decided to bring him back. So would you give me the old man to Mr. Gillis for me, please?
No, I think you'd better do that yourself.
Oh, no, please. He might be awful mad at me by now.
No, Bobby. In fact, you're going to get a reward.
Yeah?
Word of honor. Now, what do you say we go down where Mr. Gillis is putting on that Christmas show and see it? Okay?
Oh, sure.
Bobby.
Yeah?
Did you notice anything unusual about this mouse?
Yeah, I sure did.
What was it?
He got some white on his right hind foot.
Expense account item 4, $1.60. Cab fare from the Gillis residence to the Children's Hospital for Marion, Bobby, and myself. Inside, we followed the sound of children laughing and reached the auditorium. Marion found a seat among the nurses, and I took Bobby backstage. When Jediah saw Gulliver, his face lit up like one of the trees he'd had delivered to the war.
Gulliver! By golly. I knew if anybody could do it, you could, Dollar.
I didn't do a thing, Mr. Gillis. All the credit goes to Bobby.
Oh, to Bobby. Well, I'll speak to you after the show, young man.
Yes, sir.
Bert, look, he's back. So glad to go, Master. Oh, Gulliver, I do declare I have never been so glad to see a person before.
Yeah, you better hurry, Bert. He's scheduled to go on in just a minute.
Oh, he will.
Well, I'll go check on the microphone when everything be just so. Don't go away, Dollar.
No, he won't. Bobby, why don't you sit over there where you can see the stage?
Yes, sir.
Bert, you think Gulliver will sing today?
I know he will. Oh, get ready, Gulliver.
But that boy had Gulliver all day and all night, and he didn't sing once.
Ah, did the boy ask him to?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for the first time in a while, one of the wonders of the world, Gulliver, the singing mouse.
Hey, Mr. Dollar, can that mouse really sing?
That is what we're going to find out, Bobby.
Exciting, isn't it, Dollar?
Sure is, Mr. Gillis.
All right, thank you, folks. Thank you. Thank you. And now for Gulliver's first number, he'd like to sing with... what's that, Gulliver? Oh, I see. He's going to sing Jingle Bells. But he wants me to get off stage so everybody will know it's really him doing it and not me. Thank you.
Is he all right, Bert? Oh, fine, fine. Just feeling his oats.
Well, why doesn't he start?
He's going to listen. Well, Dollar.
Now I have seen everything.
Me too. Gee.
Bert Glazer had a logical answer for having lied about his old vaudeville act. He knew I wouldn't believe the mice could really sing if I'd known he was a ventriloquist. And you know, well, after all, yet sometimes... Expense account total, including cab fare, Hartford Station to my apartment, $38.20. As for my separate and additional fee, as agreed upon before I took this matter, well, there's a boy named Bobby Neves who lives on Scully Avenue over in Providence. See that he gets it, huh? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Our star will tell you about next week's story in just a moment. Meantime...
Hey, Dan, I'll make a deal with you.
Oh?
Let me have the mic for a second, then you can tell them about next week's story.
By all means, be my guest.
All right. I just don't want to pass up a chance to do two things. First, well, Pam and Eric and Fran, Mr. and Mrs. Froelich, Helen, Will, Scotty, all the rest of you nice people who've written in to tell us how much you like the program. Thanks. I really appreciate hearing from you, and believe me, I'll answer your letters just as quickly as I can. Second, well, I'm sure you know what this is, and I want you to know it comes from the heart. Merry Christmas to you. God bless you. Now, next week.
Next week, the case of a prize fighter who could win only by losing, because his life depended on it.
Right. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood. It is written by Charles B. Smith and produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Mary Jane Croft, Howard McNear, Parley Bear, G. Stanley Jones, Bill James, Lawrence Dobkin, and Richard Beals. Musical supervision is by Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Dan Cubberly speaking.
Check, testing 1, 2. Fuck it. Oh yeah, good morning people. How's it going, peeps? What's up? I got the air on. It's summertime. By the time the sun comes up, it'll be fucking 90 degrees or 100 degrees or something. Pardon me. I'll be right back. That's better. There's the, hey Susie, there you are. How you doing? Good morning. Pardon me. Good morning. How's it going there? What's up, baby? Baby, I was at the pot shop last night, and the girls are always like, "Hi, honey. Hi, sweetie. What's up, baby? How you doing, sweetie, honey, sugar?" And I'm like, okay. Wow. Well, we didn't get to everything yesterday. After the show, I looked around and thought, oh shit, I didn't get to my box of 8 tracks yesterday. That sucks. I hate it when that happens. But I got sidetracked. I was screwing around with that guitar, and it took me forever to find my cable and get everything hooked up, and then it was like 15 minutes left in the show. Did we even get to the DB guide? Did we get to the TV guide? I don't remember. It was like, wow, oh my god, like, no way. Yeah, it was just like that. Oh man, I need that. So the video time machine is up and loaded. Well, I put it together yesterday at about lunchtime. It took me a couple hours. I'm getting better at it. It only takes about a couple of hours now to do a 2-hour time machine. Not that I've seen what's in it. I've put stuff in it, but I haven't watched everything all together as one show. That's kind of difficult. Because that means I would need 2 whole hours to sit and watch it. And I usually don't have that time until maybe the weekend or something, and then I'll put on an episode. Totally. Oh, man. Cheers. We went out for a long drive yesterday. Long drive. My daughter is trying to get her driver's license, so she's been practicing. And so yesterday we went out. The day before we didn't go out because we were just, fuck it. So yesterday we went out. We drove. Our town is weird. We've got a highway running right through the center of this basin, this valley here. So everything you do is kind of along this highway. So we went out through our neighborhood, crossed over the highway, went up toward Joshua Tree National Park. We went up Park Boulevard. It's a long hill. Got to the top of that and took the west road that takes us into our next town. And it used to be the main road until they brought in the main highway. So we kind of bounced around through town, across the highway, and back across the highway, and then up the side road, and then way down the side road by her old high school. And then I had her take me out onto the highway for about 2 blocks, like a quarter of a mile. So she had to deal with traffic and lighting and, you know, all of that stuff. We did. I went into the pot shop. I got my stuff. Hey, baby. Hi, sugar. Hi, honey. And then I had her take us to the other back to the other side of town, and to the grocery store. And then we all went into the grocery store, and then went back to the car. And then she took us home. It was great. It was frickin' fantastic to see your 20-year-old daughter finally out there driving. It was awesome. It was awesome. Sawsome. It was great. And she's doing every day. She does better and better and better and better. She answers her own questions after she asks me a couple of times. She's like, all right, she's got this. She's got it. She's got it. We get in the car and it's like, okay, if I say brake, then I want you to really brake. You know, somebody steps out in front of you, a kid, a dog, a person, a car. You just stand on those brakes, right? Don't be afraid to stand on the brakes. That's what they're for, to stop the car, especially in an emergency. So, I guess we're going to go out again tonight and do a little buzzing around town. I think I'll take her up toward Park, because it's a twisty road going up toward the national park. So we'll do that, drive it up and then drive it back. That's a good, 20 or 30 minute drive there. And then pick another place to drive to and just keep driving around our valley until she's up to driving on the highway. And then we'll drive on the highway a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. Like we took the side streets all the way to the other end of town, and then she got out onto the highway for like a quarter of a mile, and then coming back for that quarter of a mile, I said, why don't you go down until you hit a red light? Go down to that light down there. So we went a couple of lights further before she got off and took the side streets. So I think every day we'll do a little bit more through town where it's only 40 miles an hour. The only thing is that there's a lot of traffic, and I think that's important for her to get out there and be around a lot of traffic and stuff, and other cars and people and stuff going on, because while the little town that she's going to go take the test in is a little town and there's no freeway, there's barely a highway, you're kind of miles away from the highway itself, so the driving test should be relatively simple. As long as she doesn't make any silly mistakes, making a left turn while oncoming traffic is too near, going too fast when turning, So, yeah, little things to work on. Man, my spine was not happy yesterday. My whole body was really revolting against me yesterday. So by the time we got back from doing that drive at like 7 or 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night, I finally had some soup for dinner, and finished up the video time machine. Actually, the video time machine was done. What I was doing before I went to sleep was uploading radio shows, because Monday starts the 2 months that I've been working on programming for. So Monday I have to have all of the radio shows uploaded, but I also have to put together 5 educational films per week for 8 weeks. So that's 40 educational films I have to put together in little packages and upload onto YouTube, which is fine because I should be able to come up with 40 pretty damn easy. And when I start, when the ed films start running low, then we'll start easing up on the programming. we won't be loading up as much stuff. I think by then I'll probably be wanting to kind of walk away from the main part of this YouTube programming stuff, because I'm just uploading stuff for discussion. We've got over 1,700 videos on the channel now. Much of that is old-time radio and ed films. Maybe a third or a quarter of it by now is live stuff. Probably more like a quarter. That's a lot of live stuff. But the content on my channel is just for discussion, so that when somebody pops by, they say, hey, I watched this movie, and then we can talk about it. So, or I heard this show. I get a lot of comments about radio shows from a few specific people. There's one guy that always comments, as heard, Wednesdays at 8 p.m. or something, and then he'll have a little tidbit. I wish I could get him to come on the show and hang out and talk old-time radio, because he's just so full of information, This morning we were listening to one of my favorite shows that airs every Friday. There's a new episode every Friday, Night Beat. Frank Lovejoy plays... we listened to yours truly, Johnny Dollar, played by Bob Bailey. And he is an insurance investigator. So when somebody's insurance policy is activated and we need to figure out, are we paying or not, they send out this guy from the Hartford Insurance Company. One of my favorite shows, as is Night Beat. Actually, all of the daily shows are like my favorite shows. I've been trying to figure out what I'm going to put in the 8 o'clock morning slot once Escape is dried up. Because at some point, Escape, the radio show that's on in the mornings at 8, it will run dry. Right now we are at episode 191 will be the next one uploaded, and that leaves like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks about, approximately. So this is going to take us probably through October, and then we'll be done with Escape. I like the anthology shows, so I'm possibly going to try to stick to one of those. Suspense, Inner Sanctum, those are on the channel right now, once a month, and they're anthology series. Every week it's a different story, and I love those. I got a movie, a 16mm movie camera here, because that's what a lot of people used to use to shoot Apollo mission stuff. And today we've got Apollo mission. That's why I've got the astronaut sitting here on the desk. I've got these cups that I have from 1976, right? And it's got this. It's a great cup. It's got this coin, this commemorative coin thing attached to the front of the cup, and it's a 1976 cup. And on the other side, it's got this little dealie here, and it says, "Share with us in our pride the commemoration of our nation's 200th birthday." There you go. And that's one of those bicentennial things that I've got sitting around. Pardon. And we'll try to get to everything this morning. I think first of all, let's do the album of the day. Is one of my favorites from 1977. Is that what it is? Is it from 1977, 76? 76. So it's a bicentennial album. That's great. Frampton Comes Alive. There you go. That's it. Frampton, He Comes Alive. And it is a classic live album. My wife and I actually saw Peter Frampton live back in 1999, I think. In 99 or 2000 was right around there. We were at the Del Mar racetrack during the Del Mar Fair. And there's always somebody great at the Del Mar Fair. In my lifetime, I've seen the Doobie Brothers and BTO, Bachman Turner Overdrive. I've seen a version of The Doors. I've seen a lot of great stuff at the Del Mar Fairgrounds. And it's every year. Every year the Del Mar Fairgrounds just goes crazy, and they've got multiple stages. And it's before festivals were festivals. You just go to the Del Mar Fairground and just go into a beer garden, have a couple of beers, go over to a stage, hang out, watch a show, go over to another stage. And it was like that all day long. Food trucks everywhere. This guy, it's totally great. Totally great. Great. All right, let me. I shuffled stuff around here yesterday and then never got to it. Never got to that box of tapes. So let's say we do. Let's say we got the album of the day up. I got a bong hit here that I can do. Let's do that. Today's shirt is Mitch Rowland. Anybody know who Mitch Rowland is? I'll wait. I'll wait to get an answer from the irregulars here. Looks like it's just me and Susie this morning. Unless she's escaped. In which, oh man, good luck. Alright. Now. I think we're ready to go. Yeah, what was the question I just asked? Right? Because I don't remember. I don't fucking remember. Okay, that's not gonna work. I'm gonna have to pull this thing off my desk. Set it off to the side. Put this here. And yeah, I gotta turn it around. Turn it around every now. Shut up. Alright. Okay, Mitch, that's what I was asking. Mitch Rowland. So, yeah. Mitch Rowland was the guitar player for the last two Harry Styles album. Harry Styles was one of the One Direction guys, and one of my daughter's favorite solo artists, Harry Styles. So she's seen Harry Styles 3 times in concert, twice at the LA Forum and once right down here in our valley near Palm Springs. So Mitch is Harry Styles' guitar player, and during the last album they did a song called Boyfriends, where they had Ben Harper of the Innocent Criminals, and who was a fabulous solo blues artist, slide guitar player. He came on to help them with the song Boyfriends. That's an acoustic ballad, and it's just a great song. And because of their connection, Mitch Rowland and Ben Harper formed a really close friendship. And so when Mitch Rowland did his solo album after the Harry Styles tour, he went on a tour, right? He did a little short tour around the country. And on that album that he did, he had Ben Harper come on and do a song with him. So when Mitch Rowland did his little short tour, he asked Ben Harper's daughter, Harris Harper, to open for his tour. And his daughter Harris Harper and his son CJ, or JC, CJ, I'm terrible with abbreviation. So they were the opening act with about a half a dozen or so really righteous songs, with the daughter singing, playing guitar, and his son on. And then, of course, Dad, Ben Harper, would come out and do a song with his daughter playing slide. When we saw him on stage open for Harry Styles at the Forum, Ben Harper, he brought his daughter out and his son out, and they did some music with him, and it was great. He actually brought 4 horn players to come out, local musicians, to help him with it. And then they brought them later out for Harry Styles stuff. It was really a fantastic musical masterpiece, the Harry Styles tour. And so when Mitch Rowland did that, they're like, okay, well, we're going to do a tour. And one of the first shows they did was right here in town at Pappy and Harriet's in our hometown here, just up the street, 15 minutes away. So she got tickets, and we went to that show. But not only that, we waited out front, or out the back, during the warm-up. We got there early and we hung out, because I like to go and maybe get the opportunity to meet somebody. And I did. I got to meet Ben Harper. I got to meet Harris Harper. I got to meet his son. I got to meet Mitch Rowland. I got to meet Mitch Rowland's girlfriend and mother of his kids, the drum player for him and for Harry Styles. I got to meet all the band. It was fantastic, right? And I actually got autographs from my daughter, because after Mitch walked off stage and went out the back door, I took off and ran out there and met them and got signatures from everybody. So it was pretty freaking cool. But the fact that Mitch Rowland and Ben Harper, in fact, they did one of those night talk shows. I don't remember which one, but they were on there, and it was really neat, because Mitch Rowland, he's like autistic. I'm not familiar with Ben Folds. I'm slightly familiar with John Mayer. But yeah, Mitch Rowland and Ben Harper, great friendship. You could tell when they were on tour, Ben Harper's out in the audience watching his boy Mitch up there, and every once in a while you could see Mitch eyeballing Ben, like, what's going on. And it was really great, because Mitch Rowland is kind of, hey, good morning, Joey. He's kind of subdued, and he's really mellow. But they were all like the sweetest people in the world. So I got this shirt there, Mitch Rowland, and it's a great shirt. Like, it's got the guitar and a cat laying down at the fireplace, and it's just really neat. It's really cool. All right, so we're going to open up this box to 8 tracks finally. Ben Folds, when he collaborated with William Shatner to make an album. No, I did not. That's not the spoken word. Okay, so what we've got here is a missing tape, because Toledo Window Box is not in here. In fact, I better put it back in here so I don't forget it. But Toledo Window Box was one from earlier in the week. So let's put Toledo Window Box here back in with George Carlin. Okay. In fact, I'll go ahead and stand up while we're oh, that's the wrong one. There we go. All right. So this is my box of comedy 8 tracks. Here is George Carlin, Indecent Exposure. Some of the best George Carlin. Recommended for adult listening here. An Evening with Wally Londo featuring Bill Slazzo. There you go. A lot of these I have on LP. Oh, here's one I don't have on LP. Is George Carlin on the Road. That's funny. That's funny stuff right there. And then, of course, Toledo Window Box, one of my favorite records. Occupational Fool. That's a weird one. I always love the cover of that one. That one just looked goofy. It reminds me of one of the episodes of Sherlock Holmes, where they use a stick figure to create a language, right? A code. And Class Clown, probably maybe my favorite. Yeah, just another great one. So here's a bunch of stuff that I don't have on LP. This is stuff. Let me go ahead and bring my microphone up. Hey, there we go. This is stuff that I don't have on LP. This is Red Fox at Home. Red Fox did a lot of party tapes. He did a lot of tapes that were just him on stage, and he recorded so many of his shows. I'm going to have to look through and find a Red Fox archive, because he has got so many party tapes. He's actually got so many that they just have to say Red Fox number 51, Huffin' and Puffin', Red Fox number 49, A Whole Lot of Soul, Red Fox number 50, Superstar, right? And they're just Red Fox, real weird comedy, and he's got a potty mouth, but he really can tell a story. Here's another one, just Red Fox, just you gotta wash your mouth out. Oh, you gotta wash your ass. That's what this one is. You gotta wash your ass. And then one more of these Red Foxes here. Red Fox just had some classic comedy routines. Let me check my messages. Yeah, Carlin is king, totally. Okay, so now we get some Richard Pryor. Bicentennial Nigger. This is 1976, of course. And this is a great one. I don't usually say that word, but almost all of his stuff back then was that nigger's crazy, right? And it wasn't until that he went to Africa and talked to a tribal chief in Africa, and he started talking that nigger shit and nigger this and nigger that, and the guy looked at me and said, "Look around you. Do you see any niggers?" And he took a long, hard look around at all these black people in black Africa, right? And it was like, no, I don't. And he said, well, there you go. And he never used the N-word again after that. Is it something I said? Yeah, it was. All right, here we go. We got a little bit of Cheech and Chong. I've got all of Cheech and Chong on record, on LP. I pretty much believe I have everything that Cheech and Chong ever recorded on LP. And I believe I've got some more Cheech and Chong around. It just piles up and gets stuffed into another place. All right. Some Bill Cosby. I don't have a whole lot of Bill Cosby on tape. I've got a shitload on record. I'm on record. And one that my father brought home from Tower Records in 1980, 79 or 80, was this guy, Robin Williams, Reality. Wow, what a concept. And this one blew our minds. It was funny. We were young, so it was hilarious no matter how many times you heard it. 1979. A funny guy that I used to watch a lot of on HBO was Gallagher. We used to watch his specials where he would just obliterate all kinds of food. Weird stuff. Okay, I've got a lot of Steve Martin on LP. a lot of Steve Martin on LP. I've even got multiple copies of like Wild and Crazy Guy. I think I've got like 3 of those. Let's Get Small, this first one here. That was one of my favorites. I loved Ramblin' Man and Let's Get Small and all of that, just Steve Martin stuff. And last but not least, one of my weirdest favorite covers. Reminds me of that Rolling Stones cover, right? What album was that? And there you go. That's my comedy 8 tracks there for you, people. Let me go ahead and I'll go full screen here so you can look at my eyes. Okay, there we go. All right, down we go. So, put this back up on here. And close this guy. Sausage, pork chops. Dr. Sausage and his pork chops. Oh yeah, Red Fox is great. Totally. Yeah, Gallagher. Hey, good morning, WW. How's it going, dude? I know I got Joey out there somewhere. Hey, Joey, you want to call in? You want to do a co-host thing today? You want to do it? Huh? I know you're there. I know you're there. I know you're probably exhausted, so it's okay if you don't. But it'd be great if I could get you to call in and hang out. Oh, look, he fell. He fell down. Go boom. There you go. Okay. I think I'm gonna have to heat up my coffee with this air conditioner on. It gets cold pretty quick. Morning. Well, let me do that, and then I can get back to these bong hits. Yeah. Oh. Boy. So yes, the album of the day is Frampton Comes Alive. Frampton Comes Alive, man. Oh, it's the only way to start the day. The only way. The only way. Well, for me anyway. By the nighttime, I can't really smoke anymore, right? I'm just like, I'm either exhausted and I'm going to pass out anyway, or I don't want to smoke because I got to go lay down and then I'm going to be laying in bed coughing, right? I can't do that. So, it's pretty much a morning thing. It's pretty much a morning thing, getting my load on. Do you feel like I do? Yes. I think so. It was great. My wife, she called him Grandpa Abuelo. Mira tu abuelo, when he was up on stage singing. And that was 25 years ago. And he was, really short, balding head, short hair. Well, he wasn't balding, but he had that widow's peak thing going on. He's still touring today. Yeah, passing the bong hit. But, yeah, I'd go see him again. I'd totally go see him again. I like it when he like, I would love it if I could see him like touring with somebody else of that era, right? It would have been great to see him like open up for Jeff Beck and Rod Stewart doing Faces, which was from what I understand, a Faces reunion was in the works until Jeff Beck passed away, and then we get the current tour that Rod Stewart is on now, because that tour didn't happen, and I was so looking forward to seeing Jeff Beck and Rod Stewart together do something from Faces. That would have been just sweet. Also, going with my daughter to see the Rolling Stones would be nice. I saw the Rolling Stones in 1978 at Angels Stadium in California. And then, because a girl that I knew wanted to see Guns N' Roses, we went to the Rolling Stones concert during the Steel Wheels tour at the Coliseum in '89, and took my father. So I saw this concert with my father. Like 10 years later, 11 years later, saw the Stones again. And then I kind of wanted to see him the last time that they were around during the Summerfest that they did out here. But that never happened. Yeah, I heard something about New Faces stuff too, but I never investigated it. So I don't know. I don't know nothing, man. I ain't claiming to know nothing, man. Yeah, I don't know. I think Joey might have gone to sleep. Joey, if you're there, hi. Miss you, little guy. Miss you, dude. But I totally get it. You have probably had a long week. So, yeah. I had a long week too, but it was just pain. That's all it was. It was just pain. Pain and misery. So nothing extreme, nothing out of the ordinary, nothing too different. Oh, okay. Well, we'll have to work on that. Keep me up to date, because I'd like to check that out. I'm sure it's nothing like Old Faces, because that stuff was just fucking... It was just raw, you know? It was just so fucking raw and hard and British, and it just cranked, you know? A nod's as good as a wink to a blind horse. I love that fucking album. Ron Wood, Jeff Beck, it's just fucking beautiful. A couple of songs I think Ron Wood or Jeff Beck sing, or no, it's this other guy I think. Yeah, I don't know. It's a fantastic fucking album. I think I shared it weeks back. Yeah, I mean, I heard about that, and then all of a sudden I heard Jeff Beck died, and it was like, oh shit. I guess all that's off. But maybe they recorded the album, and then we're gonna tour, and we got screwed. And you can't really do something like that in a tour. You know, it would be like the Traveling Wilburys going on tour after Roy Orbison passed away, right? It would be like, I'm not feeling it. Nobody would be feeling it, right? And then how do you replace him on stage? I don't know. I just don't know. I guess sometimes you can go on, right? Grateful Dead, they went on for years doing stuff. I don't know anything about that. You guys would know more about that than me, but I don't know. I couldn't go on. I was so burned out on music by the time Jerry passed away, I just turned off the radio. Like 15 years, I just turned off the fucking radio. I was done with it. I was done with music. I was just sick of hearing the same old crap on the radio. The radio was always promoting garbage music anyway, you know. Payola. And I just got sick of it, so I turned it off. Just fucking turned it off, man. So we're going to go a little bit long today, which is why I was hoping Joey would come on and do a little co-host and stuff. Because yesterday we didn't go long, and we had a bunch of stuff that we didn't get to, like those tapes that we saw. I didn't even get to do the TV guide yesterday. I don't remember. Maybe we did. It doesn't seem like it. We did. Donald Fagen. That's not the Be Happy guy, is it? now. Is it? Who the hell is that? Right? Don't worry, be happy. Don't worry, be happy now. I know. Don't worry, be happy. A long time ago, my wife bought me one of those Billy Bass wall-mounted fishes that sings and flaps its thing, and it was singing "Be Happy," right? Oh, a hologram of Roy Orbison singing songs. Hey, there you are. What's up, dude? What's up, dude? What's up, dude? You gonna call me or what? Don't worry, be happy. That's not Donald Fagen. Oh, okay, TV Guide. All right, so let's see. Did we get to yesterday? Did we do yesterday? Yesterday was Thursday. What was on Thursday? Prime time. Oh, yesterday. I guess we didn't because I don't remember this. I don't see. Of course, I'm looking for Hollywood Squares. I don't see Hollywood Squares. I do see Willie Nelson singing to the country. Veteran country and western singer Willie Nelson is spotlighted on this program, which includes interviews with fans and band members. Huh. So this is 1980, right? So this is a year or so after we saw his road crew on living on the beach during one of these tours. You're Billy Bass saying "Take me to the river." That's great. Okay, so we didn't get to this yesterday. Yesterday at 8 p.m., Thursday, July 10th, 1980, was Mork and Mindy. Buck Rogers in the 25th Century. Let me turn off this for a few minutes. Then it'll get really deathly quiet in the house. Bobby McFerrin, that's it. Donald Fagen. Who the hell's Donald Fagen, then? Fagen. It reminds me of that Adam Sandler movie where he plays an Israeli soldier. I think he's Israeli. And his parents call him a Fagala. Are you a Fagala? Yeah. All right, no references to the 90s and 2000s. Okay. Also at 8 o'clock on Thursday, July 10th, 1980, sneak previews with Siskel and Ebert. Waltons, not the Waltons, but just Waltons. Nonfiction television. Paul Jacobs and the Nuclear Gang. Paul Jacobs and the Nuclear Gang explores the possible health hazards of low-level radiation. That reminds me of that show, We Are the Guinea Pigs, that came on my channel last week, Shazbot. And it's all about 3 Mile Island and what happened there. Let's see, also at 8, Loose Change, a drama, a miniseries. Benson at 8:30, Righteous Apples, a comedy. A comedy drama, tribute to Martin Luther King. Elaine Hobson, I don't know. It sounds like a weird show. At 9, Barney Miller and Eddie Rabbit, a variety special with a bunch of people. Monty Python at 9 as well. Barnaby Jones at 9, yay. 9:30, Nobody's Perfect. Faulty Towers. Naked Civil Servant. Oh, that's a British show. I bet they're not really naked. He's an immortal. Totally. All right, let's see. Let us see here. Let's look at Friday. prime time. And let's have some coffee. ABC News close-up. Lights, camera, politics. I'll pass. Me and Max, a comedy. Melissa Michelson and Joe Santos. Joe Santos played Becker, the police sergeant on the Rockford Files. So there you go, Joe Santos. I don't know why I remember this shit. My wife will look at me and go, "Why do you remember this crap?" ¿Por qué tienes muchas cosas de basura en tu cabeza? No sé. ¿Por qué tienes? Yo tengo. Tú tienes. There you go. I can remember these little lessons, right? I took Spanish in college for a semester, but I had to move on to something else that I needed, so I didn't take the second one. Like my daughter in sign language. She was taking sign language to get another language, but it turns out that it was just, she didn't need it. It was going to be extra, and she didn't have the time, so maybe she'll go back to it. Oh, look at this. Isn't this apropos, right? At 9 o'clock on Friday, July 11, 1980, movie, Red Fox and Pearl Bailey. Norman, Is That You? One of my video time machines actually has the trailer for that movie, Norman, Is That You? Bewildered parents of a homosexual Norman in 1976. A farce about an interracial gay couple. Michael Warren, Dennis Dugan, Tamara Dobson, Vereen Watson. And then here we go, Rockford Files, of course, with more Joe Santos. Of course, if there was a, what do you call it, Hollywood Squares on this week, Joe Santos would frickin' be on it, right? Let's see, let's go back and see if there's a, oh, I'm not seeing Hollywood Squares. That's a bummer. That's one of my favorite shows because of just the cross-section of celebrities, right? Yeah, pretty spicy for 1976, I'm telling you. Interracial gay couple. Oh my God. I was sitting with my wife and daughter on the couch, and we were watching American Ninja Warrior because it's always streaming, and it's hilarious to watch. I hate the backstories, right? But it's hilarious to watch these doofuses put a whole year into something that they kill themselves in 60 seconds and they're done. But we're watching it, and I'm looking at the hosts, right? Matt Eisman and Akbar Gbajabiamila. And so they're up there on the podium, and it's in Florida, and one of them was wearing a pastel blue, like Izod Lacoste, and the other one is wearing a matching pastel, like pink, right? And I'm looking at these guys, and I look to my wife and daughter, and I go, they look like an old gay married couple, right? And I said, well, it is Florida. And they looked at me, and I didn't get any response. I'm like, oops, I guess I said something that was not politically correct, right? But I was just making an observation, and they did. They looked like it was Florida. They looked like a gay married couple hosting a show together. Nothing bad. I just made an observation. And it was a funny observation, but nobody laughed. I hate it when that happens. Of course, we got Rockford Files on at 9. Bill Moyer's Journal. Interview with Republican presidential candidate Ronald Reagan. Of course, he lost to Jimmy Carter and didn't run again until the following term and won. Let's see, we've got Dukes of Hazzard and Bill Moyer's Journal on again, doing more of Ronald Reagan. Interesting. The Miracle Worker, 1962, Anne Bancroft and Patty Duke. I remember. This is probably when I watched it, because I remember watching that on TV. Ryan Seacrest. Let's see. Norman, is that you? Yeah, you should watch that. Palm Beach, is that pink and blue? I nailed it. Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Because I live in Palm Springs, near Palm Springs. And it's the same thing. It's literally, you take a little piece of Florida and drop it off here in the desert, and you got Florida in the desert. That's what Palm Springs is. And it's hilarious. It's a lot of old people, like gay people. A lot of young people catering to all of the old and gay people. It's hilarious. Yeah. Some of my favorite people out here are old gay men, you know, because they're just righteous dudes. I can't help it. It don't bug me none. It's not like they're hitting on me, right? I mean, and even if they did, gosh, I'd be flattered. Let's see. A man called Sloan. Really? Oh, I better plug my phone in. It's dying. My phone is my monitor here. Well, one of my phones is my monitor. You never listened to the comic Bill Hicks? I think I have listened to Bill Hicks. I'll have to write that down and take a look at it later. Bill Hicks. Sounds familiar. But yeah, it's all right. It's all right. A man called Sloan. Robert Conrad. Oh, this must be before canon? After canon? But it's got Dan O'Herlihy as director. Dan O'Herlihy is an older white gentleman, kind of a stiff-necked British type guy. I don't think he's British. I think he's just kind of upper-class widget guy. And so Dan O'Herlihy, he played Grig, I think it was his name, in The Last Starfighter, the alien guy that co-pilot with The Last Starfighter, the lizard guy with, 1,000 babies, 1,000 kids. Yeah, Dan O'Herlihy, Karen Purcell, and a whole lot of nobodies in that. Prime of Gene Brody. I'm getting tired of reading that. Knots Landing. Masterpiece Theater. Lily. Lily. Oh, Lily. And then, of course, 11 p.m. at Twilight Zone, Dick Cavett. Tonight Show with Sylvester Stallone, Kenny Rogers, Bobby Kelton comic, and plant expert Palasa Crusoe. I want you a plant expert. That's what we need. Avengers, Patrick McNee. Colton Comes to Harlem, Ozzie Davis. Oh, that looks neat. Soundstage, and then Return of the Saint. Of course, you can't watch the Avengers without watching the Return of the Saint. Midnight Special, Rupert Holmes and the Village People host. The Manhattans. The Ritchie Family. There you go. And The Captive City drama. And that takes us into Saturday morning. And there you go. That is the TV guide from July 6th through July 11th, 1980. And this one has got Little House in the Prairie on the cover. And Pa is the only one that looks like Pa. Everybody else looks like they recast the show. Even the dog. So there's that. It is Flashback Friday. It is. It really is. Wasn't O'Herlihy. Peterman. Yeah, different actor. I'm just reading back to some of the comments. And yeah, if they were to give those guys, Matt Eisman and Akbar Gbajabiamila, a little dog or something, right? That would have said it perfectly, totally. No, we're not talking about Seinfeld O'Herlihy. That's a different guy. He's an old guy. He's 1980s. He was old. He always played like a stiff-neck boss guy. Am I right in thinking that he was the OCP president on the original RoboCop? Is that Dan O'Herlihy? I'll have to look it up. Michael Landon's hair looks swell. It's Christmas time in hell. Wow, South Park. I'm not a South Park fan. Never could get past the voices and the, pardon me, the lowbrow comedy. That's why I fell out of The Simpsons. The Simpsons, it was just repetitive, and I couldn't get it. You know, honestly, I'd rather watch reruns of Beavis and Butthead than new episodes of The Simpsons. And now that I've heard they've killed off Marge, I mean, they got rid of Apu years ago. They killed off Marge. You know, nobody ever grows up, but they can kill people off and dismiss people. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. Nor have I ever gotten South Park. It's just too weird. Too weird. I can't help it. I am who I am. I'm Popeye the Sailor Man. I'd rather watch episodes of Popeye. Totally. So I finished the video time machine. I tried to reference stuff that we talked about this week. I tried to reference things that have been going on in the world a little bit. And I think I found a formula, a format, so that each show has similarities in their structure. But it's a different show every time. I love to do some musical stuff from the 1930s, 20s, or 30s in every episode. I love to have that episode. Every video time machine has another episode in the series. Read all about it, and it's just a little 15 minutes kids show from PBS. And I want that there so that there can be some kind of continuity, right? This is the middle. This is the beginning of the show. We have some music. We've got, you know, our Read All About It episode, and then we get into something else from TV. And then when we finish with TV, then we kind of get into ed films and movies and that kind of stuff. So we get into movie trailers and shorts, animated shorts. A lot of times just stuff that you would see in school. Yeah, 20s and 30s, man. I just find, like Betty Boops. I put a Betty Boop cartoon in every episode this season. Last season, it was Felix the Cat, and I just ran out of old silent Felix the Cat cartoons. So, yeah, so this latest video time machine was a lot of fun. It literally took me 2 hours. I got done with it, and then I had to do the rest in peace section at the end, so I had to go and find photographs, type up some graphics, and put that little portion together at the end. But the research part is so much fun. Yeah. So how's it been going, Joey? What have you been doing out there lately, man? What's going on? Tell me all about it. Are you working hard or hardly working? Yeah, I know the answer. Ants in your pants. Yeah, see, you're referencing stuff I know nothing about. You can all laugh amongst yourselves, because I don't know. I just don't know. And it's okay that I don't know, right? It was like when I would go to school as a little kid, and everybody else would be talking about their show that was on last night. And I either had to watch a World War II documentary, because that's what my father wanted to watch, or we didn't have a TV and I didn't get to watch anything. And I would have to sit there and go, yeah, that was cool, man. And I would know what the fuck they were talking about, you know. Work and sleep. I hear you, Joey. It sounds like Natalie during the school year. It's like homework and sleep. Homework and sleep. Homework and sleep. I told it, you guys, you're so responsible, you young generation there. Responsibility kind of skipped a couple of generations. And there are youngins like yourselves that are starting to pick it up again, right? And be that responsible generation. And we didn't have that for a while. And now we're seeing a lot of the effects of that irresponsible couple of generations right now out there just running amok. Amazing Stories. Yeah, I loved that show. That was an anthology series, right? Where every episode was one or two or something, and it was these weird, bizarre stories. Yeah, that was a good one. Totally. All right, I'm going in. Holding on to it like a teddy bear. Yeah, baby. Let me look at my... I didn't read my agenda yesterday, so I got backed up and we didn't get to everything. What I've got here is on some Thursdays and Fridays we do playing with matches, where I dig through a big jar of matches. Yeah, that's right. That was a Spielberg production. Totally. Yeah. So in this little pack here that I'm going to open up with some tape is a little bag. And in this little bag are matchbooks, matchbook covers. Wow. And the great part about these matchbook covers is that they are from the Apollo mission. Apollo missions. Right? There's Apollo 9. Apollo 13. Another Apollo 9. Apollo 14. This is Apollo 17, Apollo 17. Apollo 15. And Apollo 12. And these were mailed to me like this because you can't mail matches through the mail. But the great part is that all of these striking pads, they're unused. They're all brand new matchbook covers, right? And of course we've got inside stuff. These are put out by RCA, Cameo, Cameo Watch, Cameo. Yeah, these are made by RCA and a jeweler. But these are pretty cool. This is some of the Apollo stuff that I have. Yeah, these are really neat. Like my Apollo mission. Pardon me, Secretary. My Apollo mission mug. That's got all the. There's that patch that was so prominent. There's another one. So these are all the Apollo mission patches. There we go. In my cup here. So many of the Apollo mission patches. Actually, I'm not sure if they're all here. Apollo 11, Apollo 12, Apollo 16. Shira, Isel, and Cunningham. And that would be Apollo 7. And Apollo 7 was, yep, Shira and Apollo 7. And that's what this Life magazine is from 1968. The Apollo 7 mission. And in it, this is an old beat-up magazine here. Well, it's got some, let me put my thing back here. Put my little vaso, mi taza. And let me see if I can find some of the Apollo mission stuff here. I believe it was after that guy's face. All right. Here's a great Firebird ad. Right? That is awesome. 69 wide track Pontiac. That is a beautiful looking car. The front end on these things were just fucking awesome. God, I love these old cars. Really, Apollo 7 is your favorite patch design. That is cool. I love their patch designs. There goes Wally shoots for 3. And he is going... No other man has gone into space 3 times. So that's what he's shooting for there. That's great. And I love this shot here. Looking from Kennedy Space Station there. And the rocket taking off next to the big building where they wheel it out from. That's just great. That's just awesome sauce. Awesome! Oh, 39 miles up. It separates. And you can just see the separation right in here. And that's just a great shot. 39 miles up. Wha-pow. Wha-pow. No barber wanted to cut Wally's hair. Wally Schirra. And so they do a whole spread on the astronaut, Wally Schirra. And then I love this shot of these guys. Now everybody in the astronaut group, everybody who was an astronaut got a Corvette. So everybody got these fucking matching Corvettes, right? And of course the joke was in... it was either The Right Stuff, I'm pretty sure it was the From Here to the Moon miniseries, where they referenced the fact that they kept breaking down and they were just a piece of shit. And of course the astronauts, they couldn't afford cars, let alone get them fixed, right? This shot with the astronaut hanging out with the Native Americans down there in Florida, probably. In Wyoming, pardon me. And then we go on to some other stuff. So that's a great magazine year. This is like August I was born. So this is literally a couple of months after I'm born. Apollo 7, and then Apollo 11. A year later, they landed on the friggin' moon. Right? That's heavy. That is heavy. So I am going to run on real quick and put my coffee in the microwave and grab a special surprise. So I'll be right back. And I'm just going to go ahead and leave you this scene right here, because it's beautiful, baby. It's beautiful. I'll be right back. Don't go nowhere. In fact, I'm going to turn the air on while I'm gone so that the place will air out and cool off a little bit. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Okay, here's my special surprise. I am back. And this is my special surprise. This is my vest that is kind of dedicated to the 70s. And it has the Apollo patch and all of the Apollo missions around it. So we've got all of these mission patches around it. And I'll go ahead and lay it here a little bit. And there we go. And I never realized that there weren't 18 or 17 patches, 16, 17 patches. They were, yeah, they were not. Some of the missions, I guess, were canceled, right? There's Apollo 1. And then Apollo 7. Borman, Lovell, and Anders, and it doesn't say what mission that is, but that's the one where they went and orbited the moon. They went out and they went around the moon and came back. And then Apollo 9, right? Spacewalks and shit. Stafford Young. Cernan, yeah, Cernan. Apollo 11, Apollo 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. And that's it, baby. That's all she wrote. So, unofficially, right, the sponsors of the space program was Budweiser and, of course, Corvette. So, down on the bottom here, I have still yet to find a Corvette patch for down on the bottom here. And I just need to get something that's about a foot long, about 3 inches wide, and put Gorman was 8. Gorman was 8. Gordon, Borman, Gorman, where's Gorman? I don't see Gorman on the... Where's his 8? Where the hell is this 8 stuff at? Yeah, for drunk. Cernan, McDivitt, Scott, Schweback, Borland, and... Yeah. I don't have that mission here. So then on the front, I've got some of my pins, and there's some there. Bicentennial flags there. My skunk from Skunk Works, Lockheed Skunk Works. And then over on this side, of course, I've got a black fist and a red fist. And then I've got Budman. This is from the Elks Club in Lake Elsinore, Skydive Lake Elsinore. Of course, my happy face, and Zigzag Man. So on the front of this, it's still blank. It's still empty on the front of my vest, because I haven't had the patches put on. So let me hang this over here. And is it on camera? It is on camera. So patches, old Patchy, that I haven't had a chance to put on. Oh, by the way, this is my just Apollo mission patch. This is just as Apollo, from the Earth to the Moon, NASA. That's it. But I have these patches that I haven't had a chance to get put on my vest. So let's take a look at those. No, that is real leather. It is, because it smells like leather, but it's one of those patchwork leather vests. You're shocked that I put pins in it? Nah, I'm not. I've owned a lot of leather, and I've, in fact, my wife, a friend of mine brought over his leather jacket that he's had since he was in high school, right? And the inside of it was just shredded, the liner, and it had duct tape holding the sleeves together, right? And it was all kinds of stuff going on with it. But he had pins, all, buttons and shit all in it. And he brought it over to my wife and said, help. So she took all the guts out of the inside of the jacket and rebuilt the liner and put a new liner and new sleeves in it. And then, of course, I took black, really good black duck brand duct tape and redid all the tape on his sleeves because there was no fixing it, right? She stitched all of the liner back in, but there was still parts where it was gone and it just needed duct tape. But that jacket looked great when she got finished with it. All right, so we're looking at some patches that I have yet to put on my cheers. That I have yet to put on my vest. All right, and of course this vest is a nod to the past, so there's nothing current on it. And I am going to go here, and we can take a look at the 1976 top hat patch. And I got about an average size hand there. I got this one because I own a Dodge van, and I love orange. If I could paint my Dodge, it would be orange and green. Totally, just like the 70s shag carpeted van, right? Here's another one. Before all of the weird politics shit went in this country, I was just looking for vintage stuff, and I love this old vintage flag with the snake on it. Right? This one I'm going to put on one of my hats. I got this great white and black hat, and I think this will look really good on it. I think it's just all white, but that would look really cool on it. Here's one of my favorites. Self-explanatory, right? And I'm going to look at some of these. I'm going to take a break and look at some of these messages real quick. Patches. I'm depending on you, son, to pull the family through. My son, it's all left up to you. Oh, patches. I'm thinking of I guess a coat of many colors, right? Dolly Parton, the patchwork coat. That's what I'm thinking of when you said patches. But patches, that was a Soul's R&B song, right? If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Remember the 5 Ds of dodgeball: dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. Patches. Oh, that's a great quote there. Gotta dip out a bit. Take the kiddo to get cash. Oh, okay. Take it easy, Susie. See you in a bit. Alrighty. Well, let's get on with these. Was that Rip Torn's character? Get that? I don't remember. I love Rip Torn. One of my favorite Native American advocates. Rip Torn. Him and his wife were really heavy behind the scenes helping Native Americans. They're the ones that helped get Leonard Crow Dog out of prison. Right. Great stuff. Great. All right, back to this. Patches, baby, patches. It's all about the patches. It's all about the patches. All right, we've got, we did draft beer, not boys, right? This is another one of my favorites. Black is beautiful, baby. Oh, yeah, baby. Another favorite here. Love is the answer. So all of these patches are meant to go on the front of my vest. There we go. Caution. Budweiser powered. There you go. I got to get some marijuana themed patches and whatnot. Now here's some of my favorite stuff. Wounded Knee, 1890, 1973. This means a lot in my family because my father actually took us there and got in and do that. Later, Gator. You're about as useful as a crap flavored lollipop. Wow. That's heavy. I don't know where that one came from. You couldn't hit water if you fell off a boat, right? Totally. Here, you guys, American Indian Movement, AIM. That's it. Remember Wounded Knee. At some point, I'll probably try to put a documentary together. And then back in the 70s, a few guys got together and they started the Lakota College, Ogallala Lakota College. It's since changed names, I think, a couple of times. But really, really good stuff. Totally. So let me put these patches back in the old baggerino here until I can get them down to the patch guy, the guy who does the military patches in over by the military base. You buried your heart at Wounded Knee. Did you? Did you really? Did you? So let's stick those patches back in that envelope. And here are a couple. Since we're going to go there, here are a couple of books here in my library. This one here is The Road to Wounded Knee. All right, this is some of my research material for for checking out the whole Wounded Knee thing, because I grew up with the stories, but I never knew anything about it until I started reading about it. Right. So this is like a factual account of things leading up to and during and after Wounded Knee. And then let me see. There we are. This one here is a history of the American West, Wounded Knee. So this kind of tells the story of Wounded Knee, but it's for young readers. So it's not as big, it's not as heavy, and it's easier to read. And then, of course, this is D. Brown's real novel, the actual novel, Bury My Heart at Wounded Knee. So there's that one. And then this one here is a kind of a romance book, A Creek Called Wounded Knee. And it's just a kind of a romance type novel. Christmas of 1890. Peace on Earth becomes hell at Wounded Knee is the tagline. So there's that. There's a little bit of my Wounded Knee stuff. So yes, I am familiar with Wounded Knee and the road leading up to him. My favorite part about the road leading up to Wounded Knee is the their takeover of Alcatraz Island, the American Indian movement before it became AIM. There was just a bit of Americans running around trying to put light on what was going on. And yes, they took over for like 18 months. They took over Alcatraz and held it captive. Totally, I know where you're coming from with that Wounded Knee thing. I have that show, that mini-series thing from HBO. I have it on DVD somewhere here in my collection of crap. It's probably in the room with the other DVDs. Yeah. Heavy stuff. I guess I like to look at some of the more challenging times in our past, because most of those times we fail. Humanity fails. The better part, the greater portion, the main body of humanity fails the lesser, smaller portions of humanity. Right now we're still failing. We're failing the Aborigines, the Aboriginal people in South America. Their rainforest is just about gone. They've got no place left to go. They ain't putting those people on reservations. They're just letting them die off. So back in the 70s, it was really heavy to go down there and study Aboriginal people, because they were like some of the last truly Aboriginal people on the planet. And we've destroyed that. We completely destroyed that, you know. Imagine how the Aborigines in Australia felt in the 60s when we were going down there to be at the radio station so that on that side of the planet we could hear the spacecraft as it orbits, or we could hear stuff from the moon from that side of the planet, you know. Leonard Pell. See, I didn't know that. I didn't know that Leonard got released. I didn't know. When did that happen? Right. That's kind of the kind of shit that don't make the news. Well, when did that? Do you remember when that happened? Because I don't, and I'm gonna have to. Because they fought for decades, for years. I don't know if it was decades, but they fought forever to get him out. You know? And it was one of those things where he shot a couple of FBI agents, but it was like mutual. It was self-defense. I mean, it was like a whole stupid fucking thing, right? But I'm sure they had him long enough. Last year, okay, so they had him long enough for him to just be done with prison. That's horrible. That he had to spend all of that time when, you know, who in the FBI was, who in the government was held responsible for that whole stupid situation, right? Nobody. They got the shitty end of the stick every single fucking time. And they're still getting screwed. I mean, when they did the march of, like, the March of Broken Treaties back in 72 or something, before Wounded Knee, and they went to Washington and they were going to march, and then they got totally fucked over there. The Nixon administration told everybody who was going to help them, don't help them. So it became a political nightmare, and nobody wanted to help them. They wound up just taking over an embassy, the Bureau of Indian Affairs. They wound up taking over that building and just holding it, right? Oh, really? Well, there you go. There you go. He did something good. What do you know? I never expect politicians to do anything good at all, ever. So on occasion when they do, it's like, wow, that's nice. How nice of them to show a little spark of humanity. And I guess they got to do that. They got to show, they got to give a little every once in a while to show, you know, that they're human. I don't know. All politicians suck. All lawyers should be hanged. All politicians should be hanged. You know, is that what Shakespeare said? Hang all lawyers or something? Not really, you know. I'm speaking metaphorically. I like it in those European countries where they just, all the citizens just march into the House of Commons or whatever it is, you know, where all the politicians meet. And they just march in and grab them by the scruff of the neck, march them out, throw them in a dumpster and throw pies in their face, right? And that's how they switch politicians, you know. And it's all very non-violent and funny, but the point is gotten. You're done. You'll never be able to hold office again. You screwed up. You'll be lucky if you don't get any lawsuits against you, right? Just get out of here. And, you know, we don't do enough of that here. We don't go after politicians enough, no matter who they might be, right? As far as I'm concerned, two-party system sucks, and it should be the best human wins, and we just don't do that. And that's where I think we're falling short with democracy, is we're too wrapped up in government and politics and parties and that shit, that we've lost sight of the real picture in America. We just let the people govern the people. And it just doesn't happen that way anymore. So in this book here, this in here, I've got this encyclopedia, and it's kind of cool. It's got a lot of Apollo mission stuff. I was looking through the A's to find Apollo and couldn't find it, and realized that it was because the Apollo mission stuff was under space exploration. So I don't have to wake up the missus today. Don't worry about it. So it talks about the first men on the moon and the stuff leading up to that, heading toward the moon, being on the moon, Apollo 11, and you know, a bunch of other stuff explaining how they got there and what they did, and yada, yada, yada. And of course, back then it all seemed like, yeah, no problem. You know, yeah, exactly. Romania, Hungary, South Carolina, babe. Let's do it. Let's do it. Scruff of the neck into the dumpster. And I really like this part, that you've got how the space shuttle goes up and how it comes down on this thing here. It's got the space shuttle in this great glossy thing, but it's neat because you open it up and you've got the inside of the space shuttle and what it would look like inside the little capsule inside the space shuttle. There we go. And that's pretty cool. So it gives you an idea of what it's all about, you know. And I think that's was a great part about encyclopedias, because the average person could have knowledge of all of this worldly stuff and science and art and right in their own home, you know. And I've got this whole set of encyclopedias, and this is 1980s. This is the 1980s, and it is copyrighted, updated just after 1980s, early 90s. So I've got everything from the 80s in here, which is great, because that was my big deal. And it would have been neat if it was like 1985 or something, but because it's 1990 something, I've got everything from the 80s, all the 1980s knowledge and before. So figuring that, you know, compiling the update would have taken us somewhere into the mid 90s to get all of the 80s in there, all of the relevant stuff. So totally, man. So that leaves us with this. Oh, and these are these stickers, all right? And these are great fucking stickers. I've got like a half dozen of them. And these stickers are silver foil stickers, but they are actually from the landing of the Apollo 11. And these are some of my prized possessions, of these stickers here. I love these. I love these. These and these matches. These and these patches and stuff. South Carolina, that's your home state. All right, cool. Cool. My home state is Southern California. South California, baby. I'm going to heat up my coffee. I'll be right back. Don't go away now. Because I'm here, baby. Yeah, so unless things change drastically in the next month, I'm going to be going camping 15, 16, 17, 18 of August, somewhere in there, right around that weekend. And it's supposed to be like a hometown family reunion thing. It's gotten a little weird with all of the politics lately, so I don't know who's going to show up, who's not going to show up, who's going to show up pissed off and ready to fight about what's going on. I don't know. I don't care anymore. I'm going to go camping and do the reunion thing. Hey, James, good morning. I'm going to do the camping thing and hope that somebody that I want to talk to shows up at the reunion, if there is a reunion. And like that. So it's going to be me in my van and, you know, a bag of weed. And I'm going to go camping. I was kind of hoping that Joey was going to be there, but he's got things happening in September. So he can't make the trip for December, which is a bummer, but you know, I get it. We got things we got to do, and some things and some people take priority over other stuff. Like I said, if when it comes to family, that stuff comes first. and the September stuff that's keeping Joey away is family stuff. So, oh, thank you, James. I'm glad you were able to see some of my interesting and weird, bizarre collection of bizarreness. So this is, of course, all right, Budman. The book of front pages. 1937, the Hindenburg explodes. Oh, I watched that when I was a little kid. My father showed us that footage. And man, did that scare the shit out of me. Right? 78, so we passed it up. 74, here we go. Oh, 4 students slain on Ohio campus. Ugh. That was about the stupidest fucking thing in the world, right? Fucking Kent State. Manson verdict, all guilty. Yeah, here, let's just do this. There we go. And we can kind of browse. Look at these broads, these wackadoo girls here. They're still trying to get out. I'm just trying to find 1969. And it should be back this way a little bit. There it is. Man walks on the moon. And there's the front page from the LA Times. Astronaut or Armstrong beams his words to Earth after testing surface. Whether you believe it or not, it's a hell of a deal, right? Yeah, thanks, man. I really dig those patches. Patchy. Good old Patchy. Heavens have become a part of man's world, Nixon says. Ooh. Ooh. Now, what really amazes me is the fact that we went all the way from the Earth to the Moon on several missions, and this is mission 11, right? So by here, we should have gotten really good at capturing on video and audio what was going on, right? So we go all the way to the moon, the most important thing in human history, supposedly. And how is it recorded? It's kinescoped off of a screen, right? Who dropped the ball, right? And lost the footage, the original footage, which causes whole kinds of ideas of conspiracy, right? Because there is no footage of the landing on the moon, and what we do have is footage that was recorded off of a camera looking at an old black and white television screen. So it's horrible fucking footage. Is that on purpose? Was there an accident? Did somebody lose the footage? They forgot to put fucking film in the machine? What was the deal that caused them to not be able to record stuff on the moon or stuff from the moon? I could understand you got a signal coming in, but we could record video at that point. We could record video. We had these big giant video tape machines that were reels before they were compact into cassettes, right? We had big 1-inch tapes. What the hell happened? Pete Conrad, after stepping on the moon, said that may have been one small step for Neil, but it's a long one for me. Yeah. And it was a misquote. He was supposed to say, this is one small step for a man and one giant leap for mankind. For a man. And he misquoted, one giant leap for men, one giant leap for mankind. And he was supposed to stay for a man. One small step for a man, which is what it was, but a giant leap for mankind. And so the biggest misquote, and he misquoted himself. He had it planned. He knew what he was going to say, and he screwed it up. Him and Aldrin, Rochambeau, who's going to go, right? Now, who's going to go first? So, in 1975, and we're going to go long today because my wife doesn't have anything to get up for, and she was up kind of late. So I said, why don't you just sleep in, baby? I'm going to go long. So back in 1975, my father was working at a radio station and, of course, was doing a PSA for the local science center, Children's Science Center opening up. That was put together by Buzz Aldrin, and we got to go and meet him, and I got to shake his hand, and my father talked to him and recorded some stuff for that. So that was pretty cool. Apollo 12. Pete Conrad also said, feels queasy. What's up, dudes? A lot of weird shit happened on the moon, and the fact that we have so little footage of some of the most important steps, right? We got rover mission stuff, right? Let me see what I can dig up here. Oh, here we go. Dun, 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 dun. All right, let me turn this off for a few minutes, and I will turn on a fan so it's not completely quiet in here. That's better. Okay, let me do this. And let me turn this down and then pop this up into the screen. And I'm just going to play this right from the media player here so we can check this out.
Luke acting as photographer and Young as driver. They put the rover through a full test.
Man, you are really bouncing. Is he on the ground at all? That's 10 kilometers. Man, I'll tell you, Indy's never seen a driver like this. Okay, when he hits the craters and starts bouncing, it's when he gets his rooster tail. He makes sharp turns.
Okay, so what I saw there was a vehicle acting somewhat normal, but if you saw the rooster tails, as he said, the dirt would go up in the air and settle almost instantly, and there would be like practically no dust up in the air, which is something there isn't on the moon. So if you're going to tell me that recording was done in like the Nevada or Utah desert or something, right? Out in Wyoming. So how did they do that with the earth, with the dirt? And is it really, if it is on the moon or not? I mean, what about that gravity thing? Is it real gravity? Is it something they did to the setting of the camera? Is it actual moon footage, or something done in the middle of the night out in the desert, or in a studio, a sound stage? Who knows? I don't know. I don't fucking know. I wasn't there. I can't say yes definitively. There's a lot of questions. I love the whole idea that we went to the moon. Can I prove it? No. Do I believe that we went to the moon? Like I said before, I'm middle of the road on everything. I would have to say that, I don't know. Did we go to the moon? As a kid, I believed it. Do I believe it now? Yes and no. I believe it's possible that we could have gone to the moon. There's a lot of things that say that there's a good chance we didn't go to the moon. You know, the radiation, the Kuiper Belt, the whole capsule itself being paper thin, right? I mean, it does sound kind of hinky today when you look back and think about what they did and how they did it and what they used. So it does, you know, looking at it from today's standpoint, from today's technology, the fact that they didn't really have computers back then. They had to use people to compute. The technology was so basic. I don't know. Looking back, it's crazy to think that we did it. But then again, it's crazy to think that we didn't. If we didn't, then what the fuck? And why were we going up against the Russians? And as soon as we got out there, they just stopped, right? They didn't stop, but they stopped. They stopped worrying about, well, they got there first, so there's no reason for us to go to the moon, right? Maybe they did, and they just didn't tell us. Maybe both of us have had bases on the moon for decades. Maybe the Cold War existed so that we could fund what was going on the moon. I don't know. You look at so much in the media, so much in the news and the newspapers, documentaries, movies, television, stuff that they feed us subliminally, right? There have been great radio shows and science fiction stories with exactly that premise. Scientists on the planet Earth get together and send a group of scientists to live and work on the base on the moon, a secret military. I mean, how many times have we heard that, right? So on James' channel, he posted Astronauts Gone Wild. Bart Sibrel harassing Apollo astronauts. Oh, is that the guy that picks fights with Buzz Aldrin? Right? Oh, yeah. You know, it's one thing to disbelieve it, but to throw your disbelief in somebody's face who's claiming that they did it and they believe it, that's kind of rude and stupid. Sure, it makes for great videos, but it's awfully discourteous. You know, whether they went to the moon or not, whether it was all a hoax or not, just to get in one of those fucking rocket ships and light it under your ass and take off, that's enough right there. You're a fucking hero. You know, if your government wants to claim that you went there and you got to go along with it, you know, well, that's another thing, you know. It still ain't you, you know. So even if he didn't go to the moon, even if it was all a hoax, the whole thing, it still wouldn't have been the fault of the astronauts. Because many astronauts have come forward and said, well, something was weird. Something weird was going on out there, you know. And isn't that always the case? Something weird. Oh, but yeah, Buzz Aldrin, he is my favorite astronaut. Just because he has the ability to change. And all of the other astronauts were so rigid. They were that guy from Cub Scouts all the way up to dying as an old retired astronaut Air Force guy, right? They were just always these stiff-necked, rigid, you know, I'm this guy and I'm going to be this guy for the rest of my life and ain't nothing ever going to change me and this is what I did and this is what I saw and I'm on, you know, and Buzz Aldrin is not that. He is like fluid, right? Didn't he take hallucinogens at some point? Didn't he do weird stuff, right? He reminds me of a Timothy Leary type guy. He really does. I've got this great interview of, it's a TV show with people like I think it's townspeople sitting around together talking with Timothy Leary about drugs and stuff. I'll have to dig that up and see if I can throw a portion of that into some video time machine stuff. Yeah, good. I better do so. Oh, look, I got a bong hit ready here. What do you know? Long shot. Totally. Going in. So yeah, Frampton Comes Alive. Album of the day. This weed here is a little tougher. I gotta remember to pack slightly smaller bong hits so that it doesn't gag me out, right? Nice. Yeah, Buzz Aldrin. He may be really, really old, but you got to watch out for those tough old guys. Those guys that were tough when they were young. They're still tough. You know? Bingers. Zingers. bell ringers. That's what we called a good bong head, a bell ringer. Back in the day. Okay, so here's something. Kennedy was like the guy behind the space program, right? So here is a 1980 watch, and it is a coin. It's the Kennedy $50, $1, whatever it was. It doesn't work. It needs a battery. My wife and daughter took it to the mall one day and got me a new watch band for it. But then the battery died. So I got to take it. I got to remember to take it with me to the mall. I can't just stick it in a bag and keep it because it'll get all scratched up. So I need to have it in a pocket and take it to the mall and have the battery changed on it. I could probably do it at home, but I like the idea of having a watch guy do it and check it out, clean it, and make sure it's all good, and polish it up. Because that's the way it is. Everything's about smooth. There you go. I'll have to check that out. I'm gonna have to go to your channel there, James, and check it out. And I believe I have been there. Usually when somebody subscribes to me, I will go to their channel, subscribe, and check out what's going on. So I believe I've been there, so I'll have to revisit and check it out, baby. I like to go to the mall. I still like to go to the mall. Most of the time I'm kind of sitting and waiting for the girls to go try stuff on and look at clothes and stuff. And that's okay. We usually do that at the end of the mall trip. It's like, okay, let's go to Barnes and Noble, look at records and books and stuff, and then go to like Hot Topic and Spencer's and all of the cool shops. And then once we're done with that, they'll be like, okay, now we're going to go to H&M and just store here and get all these little girl clothes, right? And I'm like, okay, I'm going to go to the car and I'll be waiting and you guys come out when you're ready. And I will literally, and they will take their time, do whatever they got to do. I'll sit in the car hour, 2 hours and wait for them. And what's great is that I can turn the car on. It's a hybrid. Listen to music, put the air conditioner on. Yeah, some malls just shrivel up and blow away. That's unfortunate. Ours almost died during COVID, but it bounced back. Slow, but it came back. But I'll just go sit in the car. I'll put a movie on Netflix or YouTube, put something on my phone, and sit out there. Make the wife drive home and sit out there and get high. And just wait for the girls to come back. Sometimes take a nap. During this last semester, I was taking my daughter to school twice a week, and we would be there for like 3 hours. And so sometimes I would just be so exhausted from doing stuff in the morning and being up and no sleep at night and that, I would just make a bed in the back of the hybrid, put the seats down, make a bed in the back, and just crawl in the back and go to sleep. I even found 3 thin, small couch cushions at one of the thrift shops so I could make a bed, had pillows and a blanket, everything in the back, and I would put stuff over the windows in the back, turn the air conditioner on, leave the hybrid running, and just literally take a nap for an hour and a half. It looks like we're on to talking about Antarctica, and Buzz Aldrin. Yeah, our mall is pretty busy. Because it's, the Coachella Valley, and it's like the only mall in the Coachella area. There's a lot of, strip malls and open air shopping places and outlets and that kind of stuff. But there's nothing like an indoor mall, multi-level, lots of air conditioning and, lots of shops. That's really, really, really cool. Look, it's like it's almost 7, but like I said, we're going to stay long today, so nobody go anywhere. The missus was up a little late, and we went out a few times, and it was hot, so we got nothing going on today until later. I said sleep in. I'm going to stay on the show long. I'm going to stay long. go long, man. We'll go through this front page headlines collection for 100 years of LA Times. We'll go through that again someday. As well as another case of 8 tracks. I don't know. You're talking about the obelisk on the moon, right? Now, the way I see the obelisk on the moon, that's the one that's right in the center of a crater, right? An impact crater, right? So what I see there is if you have molten moon, right, and it is molten, right, it is like lava, right, but you have the coolness of space, and you have something hit the molten as it's cooling, and it kind of splashes up and cools and creates this giant extrusion, right? If that's even a word. Oh, one of the moons of Mars. So yeah, same thing. That's how I kind of see those things that really poke up really tall, you know. But could it be something that was put there? I don't know. Could it? You can't have erosion on the moon, really, right? You can't have erosion on a moon if you don't have any wind and rain and that kind of shit. So, yeah, how did it get there? What the hell is it? Why is there something really, really tall on a moon? You could understand it being on like Mars or a planet where there's lots of weather. But on a moon, I don't know. That seems kind of weird. Now we're into the whole conspiracy theory thing, right? And Apollo mission, that's a great place to start. The moon, Mars. We kept being told for decades, we're going to the moon, we're going to Mars, we're going to space, we're doing this, we're doing that. By the end of this year, we're going to be there. By the end of the decade, we're going to be doing this. By the end of the century, we're going to be here. And none of that ever happened, right? And it's only started to happen again because it's become privatized, right? And now we've got, as soon as it became privatized, what happens? We get a space force. Why do we need a space force all of a sudden? Decades have gone by since we landed on the moon, and our space force has existed of, you know, a handful of shuttles that have worked okay, right, for a few decades. And then we actually had to rely on the Russians and their rockets for a while to do space station stuff. Well, what the hell? Why did all of a sudden we dry up and then all of a sudden we're back and we've got to have a space program like nothing else? You know, a space force, which is kind of a hilarious series on Netflix, Space Force, more like Space Farce. I'm not a big fan of that particular actor or actor base in general, but it's an okay show. But what the hell? What the hell happened? How come all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it seems, that right about the time that space travel gets privatized and big money in America wants to go to the moon, right? When other countries have been, like China has been repeatedly taking steps to get closer and closer to the moon and then get to the moon and do stuff on Mars and all of that. And we've been worried about sending probes and missions out to Mars that most of the time never worked, right? How many probes did we send to Mars that did not? They'd get there and they'd fail. They'd get there and they'd work for a little bit and then they'd fail. They would never get there, you know, and that happened a lot. Technology got better. We were able to get, but then again, people are like, well, are we really there? Is that really Mars? Is that just the desert again? I don't know. Put a filter on a fucking camera and it could be Mars, you know. But yeah, send a rover to Phobos, one of the moons of Mars, and let's see it on a world that's totally different, right? I mean, We don't see much from the moon. It's, does China have a moon rover? We should have tons of shit on the moon, driving around the moon, mapping it, 3D, giving us an image of everything on the moon, right? Between satellites orbiting it, taking pictures, rovers on the ground, inspecting it. We should know so much about the moon right now. We don't know dick. The China knows more about the moon right now, and they probably don't know dick. They're probably hiding stuff, right? Technology right now enables us to do so much, and we're doing so little, right? We'd rather be entertained than educated. And it goes right down to science. Science takes a back seat to entertainment. Entertain me, man. But don't you want to be educated? No, that takes too much work. There's too much. The more you know, that the less happy you are, right? And that's the ignorance is bliss. The less you know, the better off you are. And most of the world is like that. They would just prefer to be ignorant and entertained than educated and informed. Bummer. Getting informed and educated is really difficult because nowadays it's more about propagandization and brainwashing, convincing people of shit, convincing them that there's 5 lights when there's only 4. Yep, and that is a reference to right, totally, man. So yeah, we're going long today just because the house is going to be quiet for at least another hour longer, unless my wife wakes up soon hungry. She could probably sleep in for another hour at least, maybe even till 9, which would be fine by me. I mean, it's not like we have anything real important to do. If we got to go clean a house, that's about it, And then later on this evening, take my daughter out for a drive, or rather, she takes us out for a drive, or one of us. Probably be me. Yeah, she's doing pretty good driving. I'm happy. I'm excited. I'm like, honey, don't worry about it. As long as there's no, pedestrians or kids or animals involved, an accident is an accident. That's what insurance is for. If you screw up and hit something or hit a car or something, that's what it's for, and don't worry about it. Don't stress out. If somebody else freaks out about how you're driving slow or you're taking too long to turn or whatever, don't worry about that. That's on them. That's their fucking issue. Ignore them, right? Don't worry about that. Worry about what you're doing. Don't worry about what somebody else is going through and trying to throw on you. That's just bullshit. Don't worry about somebody else's bullshit. Don't let them involve you in their fucked up world. Because if they're going to come at you, hey man, get off the fucking Hong Kong, beep beep, get up on your ass and pass you, and then flip you off, that's on them. That's their fucking issue. Just ran right into it. Saw it coming, but didn't get out of the way. Didn't move. Just smacked right into it. So maybe tonight we'll go across the street to the park and we'll go into the parking lot. She hates to park. So I think we'll go to there's 2 parking lots, one here and then some park and building and stuff, and then you go around and there's another parking lot. And I think if we go to one parking lot and she parks, and then we pull out and we go to the other parking lot, she pulls through and finds a spot and parks, and then we just keep doing that a few times back and forth so she can get the hang of it. And then I'll take a couple of cones and set up some cones and say, okay, parallel park, and get her used to parallel parking. Totally. Because there's going to be a few things that she's going to need to work on so that she can pass her test. I imagine it's going to be going and taking a test and failing it. That's going to be a prerequisite, right? She's going to have to go take a test, fail it, just to get the idea of what it feels like to be with the instructor and to take the test and to do the driving and in the area. And maybe what we'll do is I'll drive us over to the area and we'll drive around in that part of town where the DMV is. It's a long drive from here to there, so I wouldn't want her to do it. But I think that driving the area that she's going to take her test in would probably be beneficial. So yeah, totally, man. Totally, man. I have no idea what's going on next week. I haven't thought anything about it. Like I've said before, I don't even think about the video time machine until the day before I'm supposed to post it. So I pretty much wing it. I know what radio shows are going to be on next week. I know that we've got some educational films, and I'm going to go through them and put some on. I don't know what it is yet. Like I said, I'm just finishing up programming for the next 2 months. So a couple of more radio shows, and then 5 educational films a week for 8 weeks. That's 40 ed films that I need to put together and post. I can post 5 a day, 8 a day. So I'll have to get into that and finish that off so that I can actually take 2 months off, or about 2 months, and a month and a half, because toward the end of that 2 months, I'm going to have to start working on some more programming. Some days in between, I'll just sit here and make radio show videos so that when I get to about 3 weeks, toward the end, 2 or 3 weeks, I can just start posting stuff. Did I ever watch Roots? Oh yeah, I watched Roots. I have it on DVD. Do I have it here? Yeah, it's here somewhere. Well, I think we talked about it recently, but I've got it on DVD, and it is good. I like the old one. I don't like the Roots The Next Generation. I don't like the new Roots that never made it because it wasn't that great. I like the old, the old stuff. And I think the greatest part about the original series was the fact that all of the white slave owners were like these prominent celebrities in Hollywood. The Brady Bunch dad was a slave owner. The Ed Asner, Lou was that ship captain with the slave girl in his quarters, right? So I liked the fact that they brought all of these wholesome characters to us, and now they put slave whips in their hands, right? And the fact that they didn't want, Good Times didn't want Dad to leave and go do this and come back, and he said, I'm doing it, right? And they let him go, so that they killed him off, because they didn't want him to go do this. They didn't want him involved in that. And he did. And he said, fuck you. And he moved on. And then he was in a bunch of great movies. You remember him in one of my favorite movies with him in it, the father from Roots, or the father from Good Times. Was it John Amos? Is that what his name was? Was in Die Hard 2, the Christmas one, in the airport. Die Harder. Oh, I loved him in that, where he plays that double-sided army guy. Yeah, I've seen parts and trailers for the different Roots stuff, but the original is all I need. That's it. That's all I need, baby. That's it. Now, The Next Generation, I might consider looking at that and investigating that more, because it's done a couple of years later in the 80s, and it picks up, I think it goes from like the late the Civil War into the 20s, where I think we left off was the 20s or 30s or something in Roots. And I think we should pick it up in the post-Civil War and take it up into the Civil Rights Movement, so we get another 100 years. I think that's probably what it should be, but I'll have to look to see what it is. It's probably something like that. Yeah, John Amos. Yeah, great actor. Phenomenal actor. Did a lot of movies, you know. It was a blessing in disguise that they cut him loose from that, because after that he just, fuck it, doubled down and did a lot of TV and a lot of movies. So good on him, you know. He popped up everywhere after that. And he really would have gotten typecast like everybody else on that show, you know. So, I mean, there was nothing for J.J. Walker to do after that, right? The only thing that he could do was parody himself in movies or comedy, stand-up comedy, right? That's it. And it took him a while to get around to do that again, because he wasn't all that great to begin with. He was great on TV, but he kind of fell flat out in the real world. So we didn't get a chance to do a whole lot to get next week together, but the radio shows, I've got some radio shows set up and ready to go. Yeah, 7/14, that's next week, right? Yeah. So that whole week is got all the radio shows set up. More Dragnet, Shadow, Escape, Whistler, Sam Spade, yours truly, Johnny Dollar, Gildersleeve. Totally. We totally got some good times there, eh? Don't you know, dear? What you know, dear, eh? And of course, my favorite, Night Beat. So I'm going to put together some educational films. Now, the thing about the ed films is I just loaded a bunch up for like a couple of months ago. And that's just about dried up. So now I'm thinking what I'd like to do is load up some educational films every week that's topical to what we've been talking about the week before and what's going on in the world, and try to tie it together mo better. With the radio shows, I'm just going with what's in line with the series. But with the ed films, I think I can now start to pick more. Have I been to the sound bath in LG? Who's this, LG? No. Well, yeah, I have. It's out there by Giant Rock in Landers. Well, good morning, LG. Welcome to the show. Yes, I have been to the sound bath out there. And what was it called before? Do you remember? Because there was a guy who lived out there underneath the rock after that first guy who was living out there underneath the rock got killed, blew himself up when they tried to draft him for the war. And then the next guy that took the place over turned it into a religious center for welcoming aliens down. And supposedly the aliens gave him the knowledge to build this thing in the desert, and what is it? Something in Integratron? Is that what it's called? Is it something-tron? Yeah. Let me see if I can. Hey, right on, Joey. Well, I'm here, Joey. If you want to give me a call, I can bring up the thing. Let me see if I can just go to the map and go over to it and see if they're still calling it what they were calling it before. Landers, Giant Rock, the Goobler Orchids, Integratron. So it was called the Integratron. And this guy the aliens gave this guy this knowledge to build this thing, right? And he got grants and stuff. He had some grants from the government to build it, right? Because they wanted to know if this thing was going to work. And it was supposed to be a thing that you walked through it, and it was supposed to replenish your body, right? And it was a kind of a weird concept. Supposed to do more than that, but it never got finished. He died before it got finished. And only he knew the plans, except for the local handyman that helped him do all of this stuff. He was the closest guy to knowing what the fuck was going on. The Purfoy Outdoor Art Museum is about, if I were to stand up on a tower and look that way, I could see it from here. It's like a mile away out in the desert. Right next to it is one of those big, giant red UFO houses from the 50s. And it was one of those things that was like a modular UFO thing built on stilts with a ladder that comes down from the middle. And they've got one parked right next to it. Yeah, the fact that it's always changing because they're pulling stuff out and taking it to exhibits and then bringing it back and reinstalling it. But yeah, there was a bunch of stuff that was sent to, I think, the Los Angeles, out to the Getty, I think. But we've been out there, I don't know, 3 or 4 times, I think. Anytime somebody new comes into town, we'll take them around to the different things around here, the different sites. And the Purfoy Museum, the Integratron, Giant Rock. The park, of course, we'll drive through the park and stop off and do pictures and stuff. A place that I'd like to go and hang out at nighttime when they're doing practice is outside the Marine base and look out at Little Fallujah, which is a city built up on a hill, and it is a replica of Fallujah, and with all the streets the same. And out there they do war games, and you're constantly getting shook out here when they're bombing shit, and it'll happen day and night. Convoys go up the road, they spend the week down there blowing shit up, and then the convoys go back down the road over to the other military base near the coast. So we got 29 Palms and then Camp Pendleton, and they go back and forth between the two. Convoys and war games and stuff. So, hey, take it easy, WW. Talk to you Monday, brother. Tune in, turn in, drop out. Tune in, turn on, and drop out, man. Tune in, turn on, and drop by, man. 'Cause I'll be here, man. Have a great weekend, man. It's great. So let's see. I'm going to look at some of this stuff here. I saw a reference to Pasadena. Where are you living now? There, LG. Because I'm in Joshua Tree, of course. And I used to live in Pasadena. My father went to PCC. He went to Pasadena City College, graduated from there, and worked at the Pasadena City College radio station, KPCC, for several years, doing the news and a radio show called, I think it was just a big band show, but it was in our family it was dubbed the Big Band Show, but it was more of a nighttime nonsense and nostalgia show where he did a little bit of everything, a little comedy, old time radio, some 20s and 30s music, and just kind of bounced around, kind of like what I do with my Video Time Machine series, and what I did with my nighttime nonsense and nostalgia show, which was a radio show type program that was modeled after his program. Minneapolis, all right. Minneapolis, man. Those are little tiny apples. We got the little Minneapolis. He's got the little Minneapolis. That's it, man. All right. Well, if you're unaware of what we do here in the morning, you went to Art Center. Well, who the hell is Art Center, and why is he in the middle? I don't understand. In the morning here, I do coffee and bong hits and conversation. And right now, it's time for a bong hit. Usually, I cut the show off at about 7 o'clock. But I've instructed my wife that we ain't doing nothing. Sleep in, baby. So she's sleeping in. We were up late watching TV, hanging out. And so anytime she gets to sleep after 10, I know she's going to sleep in. So there you go. Looks like everybody knows each other here. Yep. Yeah, baby. So Oh, see, that was good. Yeah, I didn't pack that thing over packet. LG, that stands for Lands of Gosha. My word. Laws, yes. Laws, yes. Oh, all right, good. We're on the same boat here. Excellent. It's a life raft. That's what kind of boat it is. Yeah, it is 420 somewhere. Somewhere there's a 20 going on. Oh, look, it is 720. Isn't that excellent? Isn't that excellent? The timing. So, yeah. This is all we do in the morning. We sit around and we talk about old shit. And get high. And have coffee. And the coffee's almost gone because it's kind of late. You know what? I think I'm going to go get another like half a cup. I think I made extra this morning. So let me go do that. And let me give you a long shot of the room here. And don't be afraid to ask me any questions about anything in the room or old stuff, 70s, 80s, whatever. I'll be right back. No. Yeah, I wish I had the energy, man. I wish I had the energy to do more shows, live shows, because I'd love to do that nighttime show again and play music, because it's just music from the 20s and 30s, and it's fucking awesome. Ain't Misbehaving Just Microwave. I love that. I love that. That sounds like a song right there. At exactly 44 seconds. Never a second more or less. It for me, it's how much coffee is in the cup. I got a pretty big cup of coffee, so I do 44 seconds when it's full. Bang bang 4-4. Well, I love cold coffee. Hey James. But if it's, like 2/3 of a cup, it's 33. If it's, a third of a cup, it's 22. I just did this one at 33 because it's about a half a cup, and the pot was off, and I added milk and cream. So it's good and hot. That's excellent. I love cold coffee. I used to drink it all the time until I had to go to the doctor. Oh, totally, man. Cup size ratio, it's just totally, man. You know what I'm saying, It's all about science, Coffee and bong hits in the morning, it's a science. I've been doing it since I was 15. Coffee and bong hits. And then in junior high, it was getting high and then having milk and an apple pie. A Hostess apple pie, and that was my breakfast. I'd steal some weed from my parents, roll a few joints, smoke a half of one, and stash it somewhere, and then or get some milk and stuff, and then eat on the way walking to junior high, and then get to junior high, and before I get there, I'd puff on this joint, and then I'd hide the joint somewhere along the path, along the lake, right? And I'd put it on between some stones at a tree, and then come get it afterwards. Oh, don't you know, dearie? Yo, hoser. Take off, eh? I made it up to 1983 after seeing an ad for the play Ain't Misbehavin'. Ain't misbehaving, yeah, baby. I'm saving my love for you. Totally, man. So, yeah, I totally put these, they're in the playlist. I did 2 seasons of Nighttime Nonsense and Nostalgia. And I was doing an hour a night, 5 nights a week. I do the morning show for 3 hours and then take a break and then come back in the evening at 5 o'clock and do an hour, right? 5 nights a week for like a month or something. And it was just like, oh. So I went to 2 hours of Nighttime Nonsense and Nostalgia every Friday night, which was my father's time slot for his radio show. So I was like, okay, that's more appropriate. So I did that. And I did that for quite a few episodes. And literally it was like, well, okay, I've done all the music in my stuff in combinations of, so it was like, and I was also using old commercials and news broadcasts and stuff. And it started to run into, well, this is kind of the same thing every week. So I decided to end that series. I would love to go back into it and do like, every once in a while, twice a year, do a special, Nighttime Nonsense and Nostalgia, 3-hour special or something, and do a live broadcast with music. And before I ended that show, that's where I introduced the Video Time Machine series. Pardon me. Hey, Susie. Shake it, but don't break it. Yeah, baby. So the Video Time Machine was kind of a, what you call it. So it came from that show. And it kind of took over. That show became easier to do because it's all just in the editing. It's all just in the research and compiling stuff and creating a nice fluid episode for every program. And I think I'm getting it now. I think the shows that I'm putting together now are 100% better than the first shows that I was doing. And those were good shows. Those were all right shows. Some of the editing was off. Sometimes I would repeat an element, which was a real bummer because we already posted and have views and stuff. And I'm like, oh crap, I can't pull it and do it. Yeah, shake it. Shake it. Anywho. I can't believe that we're already into month 7 of this year. Some days I don't even feel like I'm going to make it. At the beginning of the year, I didn't feel like I was going to make it this far. So it's awesome to be here. It's friggin' awesome, man. My new time machine is already posted. It goes every Friday at 5 o'clock. It airs. So at any time after 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, it should be ready to view anywhere. That's it. And I always try to get it done and get it posted early so that if I have to do any quality control checks, remove something copywritten, I can do that and then repost it. And it posted right to it. It had 4 copyright hits that do not affect my channel. People allowed the material to be used. I posted you. But I don't know how to post stuff. I don't. July Time Machine 7. Oh, cool. That's awesome. So you shared it to your channel. That's very cool. That is very cool. Past the first quarter of the first century. Oh, that's right. 2050. I'm excited about next year, the 250th anniversary of America. Right? I don't exactly like a lot of the aspects of how it happened, but it's a milestone, right? I'm really bummed that we had the anniversary of the Hollywood sign, and we didn't have a Hollywood sign celebration. There was no big to-do in Hollywood. Nothing happened. It just... And, yeah, so now you can't go back. You can't stand still. What do? Do you celebrate the Hollywood sign saying, okay, it's been over 100 years, now we can... I don't know. It just seems to me that Hollywood and the whole Hollywood machine would have jumped at the chance for somebody to grab a hold of that idea and give it to us. Here's the Hollywood sign, 100 years. And we got nothing. We got nothing. Oh, cool. I'm glad that a lot of people like it. I try not to pay too much attention to likes and views and subscribers and stuff like that, because it has a tendency to put me on an emotional roller coaster, ups and downs, highs and lows. So I try not to worry too. I know that every once in a while I won't look at recent stats. I'll look at lifetime stats. So that, yeah, Hollyweed. I remember when they turned that, somebody covered it up and turned it into Hollyweed, right? But you know what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't know where the fuck I was. I read that, and the karmic wheel got me. Totally. But why wouldn't they celebrate, right? Why wouldn't they celebrate? There's this whole history about Hollywood and the Hollywood sign and all of that. So many photos and movies and just all that history. It would make for a beautiful documentary on Netflix, and nothing. Nobody grabbed onto that, right? If I had the fucking wherewithal, I would do it myself, right? But it should have been a live event celebrating the Hollywood sign, and they should have done it in multiple locations with multiple audiences and multiple events all throughout Hollywood, from different locations looking. Here's the Hollywood Bowl, and now let's look over at the Hollywood sign. You're pulling at the Hollywood sign and you pull back and you zoom into the bowl, right? You're at Griffith Observatory, and you take Griffith Observatory and you zoom past the side of Griffith Observatory and zoom into the Hollywood sign, you know? I mean, literally, from the beach, from the Getty, from everywhere around Los Angeles, you can see the fucking Hollywood sign. Before you even get to Los Angeles, you can see it up on the hill there. You know, it's fucking ridiculous. Uh-oh, phone call. Oh, shit. He's in trouble now. He's got a phone call. He's got to get to the phone. Right? I'll talk to him. Yo, LG, man. What's going on? What do you mean? Lost Ghost? Is that what it stands for? Lost Ghost? That's crazy, man. Dutch guy, you're just pulling my leg, man. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Franks and beans? What? Beans and Frank? Ah, you're just messing with me. Alright, call me back. Hear me now and call me back later. Adios. I don't know what his thing is. Talking about Franks and beans, right? Come on. Look what LSD last week and achieved God consciousness. Wow, dude. I achieve God-like consciousness every morning when I do this show. Right? Totally. I am like totally aware. I am like omnipresent. I'm everywhere all at once. Well, at least in 4 or 5 places right now, I'm everywhere. I feel like it. I feel gorgeous. Yeah, it's good to be alive. Life is great. Uh-oh. Adios, amigo. Adios, amigo. Yeah, one of my phones. I got a couple of different phones. I'll have to bring another one over here and park it on the desk. I just fell into the habit of buying old crap. I'd go to a yard sale, garage sale, thrift shop, swap meet, and I would just, oh, look, I got to get this. Oh, look, I got to. It's, come on, honey, it's only $10, only $5, it's only a couple of bucks, you know, and then it sits on a shelf. Literally, I bring it home and I go, oh, check this out, and then it goes up on a shelf. And I have so many shelves filled with so much shit. It's crazy. It's freaking crazy, you know. I got a drawer filled with TV guides, drawers filled with 8-tracks, drawers filled with 45s, drawers filled with old games, old board games and shit. This room is a monument to the past. It is literally an art installation, a living, breathing art installation, a historical display, a museum piece, a museum installation. You know, this room right here, I could take this room, build it into a portable trailer, and take it on the road. Throw in a couple of arcade machines and video games, and that's it. And it's a walking, living, breathing museum. An old rotary telephone, army green. Oh, that is awesome. You know, up until recently, this phone, not this one, but the other one, was hooked up and worked. It rang. It had its own phone number, and it rang, and I could use it to call out because it was a push button. This is a rotary, but the other one is a push button, and I could use it to call out, and I could receive telephone calls. So if my cell phone wasn't working, this one worked because it was wired directly into the cable modem, right? Not that there are such thing as landlines anymore, because there are not. It's cable modem lines is what it is. So that if the cable goes out, the modem goes out, you're just fucked. There's no emergency contacting anymore. If the cell phones go out, if your Wi-Fi goes out, if your modem goes, you're just fucked. You're done, right? Smoke signals, right? That's why I have walkie-talkies. I have multi-band citizen radio walkie-talkies, and I keep a bunch of these, and I keep rechargeable batteries, because not only can you, it's a 40 channel citizen band, not only can you contact each other across town with one of these. Okay, we're out of everything. I'm going to have to walk down and find somebody who's got water or a can of fucking beans, right? I'll buy a can of beans for $5 if I have to. Got no cell phones, got no TV, got no nothing. Got a radio, battery powered AM FM radio, and I got these. I could turn these puppies on, and not only can we contact each other across town, but we can hear other people on citizen band, right? Speaker button, squelch. There's this guy down the road here, from here, between just past the college where my daughter and myself attended. She graduated 3 degrees plus transfer to the university. So anyway, beyond that, there's this giant antenna tower from this guy who does this, like, around the world CB radio crap. What do they call it? Shortwave. So that's pretty cool. Flip phone is alive 60 years. Yeah, we got back to the flip phone. All right, we went all the way around. Full circle. We're going back to flip phones. After 60 years, huh? Wow. 60 years old, he finally got a... That's great. Let me go see if I can find a flip phone here. I'll wander over here to this cabinet, into the foreground. So remember before, congrats. Remember before cell phones went to smartphones. Oh yeah, I remember those Nokia. I remember the Nokia game, the phones where you could use it as a two-way radio. Those were great for work. We used to work construction, and you could just punch in somebody's code and, hey dude, what's going on? Hey, not much going on, man. I'm just about done over here. Where you at? I'm over here on the other side of town. And that was great for work, for jobs, because you didn't have to use your cell phone minutes, which was heavy back then, right? Totally. Oh, you guys don't have, that'd be awesome if I didn't have a phone. I got too many phones at this point. So here we go. So here's one of these. This is before they went to smartphones, right? The phones were really small. They were about the size of a fucking pager, right? They were getting smaller and smaller because it was just a phone. And you could text and you could do stuff, but it was basically just a phone, right? And then smartphones came along. But before smartphones came along, phones were even getting smaller and smaller, right? This was my work phone from 2009, 2010, right? This was my wife's, and this was mine. And mine is basically just literally, I could take pictures because it's got a camera, you know, it's got a little camera on the front, and it was just a frickin' phone. I wish I just had this again. Yeah, walkie-talkies. So my walkie-talkies are all in the box, original Radio Shack, realistic walkie-talkies. They work. I took them camping. We didn't get a chance to use them. I was going to get some bunch of batteries and stuff and fill them all up because I don't have enough chargeable batteries to fill them all up and make them work. But these things work, and I can pick up the guy talking down there. I can pick up trucks when they're coming through town talking on their CB and stuff. Yeah, I really dig the whole walkie-talkie things because I wanted them when I was a kid. And I remember I was out at one of the open mic nights here locally, out in Landers, as a matter of fact. And a couple of my friends were there, and they had these like 90s, early 2000s walkie-talkies that were small, and they were like talking back and forth to each other, you know. And I thought that was so funny and so cool. So it made me want to bring mine in. And there was a short period of time when I was taking my whole studio here, all of this equipment here is built into a cabinet, and I can put it all in and close it all up and pack all the cameras in and everything, and then wheel it out to the van, strap it into the van, and open it back up and turn my van into a mobile studio, right? So I did that a couple of times going out to the open mic night, and it was hard as hell. And the signal wasn't great, and I wasn't able to record at the same time, and it just turned into a nightmare. And I did it a couple of times, hoping that I could get better and bring a live Friday night or live Monday or Tuesday or whenever it was, and do that. And I was also doing 5 days a week, 5 nights a week, and then twice a week going out and doing a live. And it just became too much. I wore myself out and just said, nah, I'm done. Captain Kirk, we've got a wiener stuck in the warp drive mechanism. Could you send down some mustard, sir? Totally, man. So I just found a whole bunch of hefty garbage bag commercials from, I think, the late 70s or early 80s or something, with Jonathan Winters. And on each commercial, he plays a different character, right? Jonathan Winters for Hefty Garbage Bags. And he would come in and he'd be that old lady. And it was just, it's so hilarious. So I've got this, like, this block of a bunch of commercials. And in that block of a bunch of commercials, there's a chunk of just back-to-back Jonathan Winters. So I'm going to take this whole thing, break it down into individual commercials. So that I can start introducing, thank you. So I could start introducing some Jonathan Winters stuff into the video time machine. Which that's my favorite part about the video time machine, is digging up new elements that are like topical. Because we were just the other day, I don't remember who it was, said something about me doing all the voices and hefty, hefty, hefty. Wimpy, wimpy, wimpy. And referenced Jonathan Winters, which is why I wrote it down and then dug up some commercials. So this week there's a Jonathan Winters commercial. Next week I'll keep throwing them in here and there with new commercials and, you know, references to past commercialism. Because it was different back then. Now it's in your face. Now the commercials that are on like live streaming channels are just so lazy. Like one in particular, I see this commercial for that cat wheel thing, and it's a big giant wheel that sits in the middle of your living room, and your cat is supposed to get on it and run like a fucking hamster, right? Like that's what cats do. And you know, and there's this lady, the music is horrible. It's totally that copyright free shit you find on YouTube and in any editing program, right? So the music is horrible. This is really stupid. The lady who is narrating this is explaining that she ordered this thing and it comes with this great guide to teach your cat how to do it. And one of the things she says is, I feel confident that in no time my cat will be having fun on this thing. And through the whole commercial video, they show the cat on the thing like twice. And it takes one step as it moves towards her holding some food, right? Do you think that for this commercial, they would have found somebody to train a fucking cat to get on there and use this fucking thing? It's a commercial. Nobody's going to buy this fucking thing. And anybody who does, it's going to wind up a coat rack in their living room, right? Do you have a cat wheel? It is worth every penny. See? Then why didn't they do that on the commercial? Yeah, money people do suck. Well, great. I now I'm enthused about it, right? The commercial is stupid. It's that big giant, it's like a foot wide and it's carpeted on the inside. It's about, 3 or 4 feet high. And it just spins. You get in there and start walking, right? The money people shuck. Oh, I see shuck out. I get you. Oh yeah, money people, right? What, is that like people who have money? I'm not money people. I am a collection of old crap people. That's what I am. Anywhere I turn around, I can find something old. Let's see, here's a high school yearbook. High school yearbook from 1981. Am I in this one? No, I'm not. I am not in this one. I am not there yet. What is this one? Is this new wave? 83, 84. I'm in this one. I should be. I should be in this yearbook. These are yearbooks that I borrowed from friends who actually had the opportunity to purchase a yearbook. And I can kind of set this up here so that it doesn't glare so much. And switch to the yearbook, man. And let's check out yearbook. So this is my 1983-84 A New Wave El Lago yearbook from Lake Elsinore, California. And we'll just kind of zip through. Here's a bunch of seniors and stuff. I'm going to go I would be a freshman at this point, so I'm going to go into the back and look at, more than likely I didn't get a photo in this because I was transient at the time. I was living either with my parents, being a transient, or having left my parents and being, well, being homeless and living around. Freshman, Mondre, Mike. There I am. There I am down there in this book here, on the page, the wanted page, the page that of people who didn't get. Wow, and there's an ex-girlfriend right there. This blonde girl right here. She is a girl that I dated for a couple of years and left town with, moved to Arizona. And let me get my finger here, and we can zoom in, and there she is, this blonde girl here. And she was a looker. She was crazy as a bag of jackals on fucking Tuesday. She was just, she was wackadoodle in the noodle. And I paid the price, but then again, so did she, because, you know, you drive somebody crazy and they go crazy. So, and then you got that. Seen the YouTube video of a cat in 0G? No, I have not. It's got to be fake. By how you were able to save all of your memorabilia. I didn't save all of this memorabilia. I wish that I had, but I was homeless most of my life. Even most of my adult life and into this decade, into this century, I've been homeless. My family and I recently spent 10 years living in a trailer, a travel trailer, which to me is homeless. This memorabilia that I have, when my father passed away 5 years ago, I think. I don't do current time well. I got a stack of records and some videotapes and some photos and a couple of boxes of stuff, really. And because the records weren't complete, the records that I remember from my childhood, I started finding records for that collection. I also had to find a machine to play some of the old 3/4-inch videotapes that he had sent. And in doing so, I started falling in love with finding stuff from the past. And basically what I was doing was I had seen my own mortality in the death of my father, and I was trying to capture all of those things from the past that I didn't have anymore. My past was literally, we had no music in the house, no radio, no CD player. The music came out of the TV on the music channel, right? That was it. And we rarely did that. Our house was like, because we had downsized so many times, right? Our house was pretty sterile. It was like an office lobby, right? So over the last 4 or 5 years, I started just finding stuff here and there, thrift shop, swap meet, you know, wherever I could dig it up, yard sale, and wound up collecting all of this past. I've got this whole living room and studio here filled with stuff. I'm looking into a room that was on my first couple of seasons. That's my living room, and it's just filled with everything from like pre-90s. And then I've got this storage unit outside that's got wall-to-wall shelves filled with old video cameras and videotapes and 8-tracks and tape machines and players and recorders and old stereos. I got stacks of old stereos, old TVs, TV monitors. It just goes on. And then it goes into into my trailer out here that we used to live in that's now storage. And then it goes into a garage. And over the last 4 or 5 years, I've just collected so much stuff that there's just no looking back. There's just no fucking looking back at this point. So, cheers. Cheers, baby. Cheetahs. Cheers. Yeah, it's unfortunate that I'm not in this book here, but I think recently we looked at some photos of me at about the same time period. And these are kids, the freshmen, so I would have gone to 8th grade with most of these kids here on these pages. And let's take a look back at some of this. So looking backwards from this page where ex-girlfriend, kind of neighborhood girl, Jerry over here, down here on the end, I remember him. Yeah, it's neat to look through these old books, and I thank Fasha for letting me have the use of this one. And I'm pretty sure that's, yeah, this is her book, Fasha's book. She let me use like 3 of these, and every once in a while I can pull them out and go through them and reminisce. And here she is here. This is the girl whose book this is. And I'll go ahead and zoom in so we can take a good look at her, because she's adorable. She is adorable. That is Fasha. One of my besties from back in the day. We had, I met her in ceramics class in the 9th grade. In this year, early in the 9th grade, I met her in ceramics class. And there is Marla. Oh, there's another ex-girlfriend here. So this girl here, this is Marla, and she is my girlfriend from that year in the 9th grade, freshman year. And she was, I wish we could really get a good, there we go. She was a looker too. She was really into clothes and makeup and hair, and her mother was really super strict, and wow, I mean, I was like in awe of this girl because she was so pretty and she was so together, and the fact that she wanted to have anything to do with me, because I was a scoundrel, I was a scamp, I was a ragamuffin. I was usually in torn up clothes. It was 9th grade, so I was, looking like a rock star most of the time. Every day I went to great pains to dress like I was, Vince Neil or something. So, it was 1983, 84. A lot of shit happened that year. But it was good times. It was totally good times, man. And let's take a look at some more. See if we can't find anybody else that we know here. All these faces, all these young, bright and shiny faces, wow. Everybody was so young. We all had so much hope for the future. A lot of these people never made it. A lot of these people just never made it out of the 80s or the 90s. So many faces, so many faces. So many faces, so many faces. John Scarcella. There's John Scarcella. He was a guy who had multiple sclerosis, and he was confined to a wheelchair. And I actually went to grade school with this guy in Temecula, a town further down the valley from Lake Elsinore, California. And yeah, I got invited to a birthday party at his parents' pizza restaurant, the Scarcella Pizza in Temecula. And they were a prominent family there. And everybody in our class got invited to this thing. But I felt special because I never got invited to places, And Johnny just saw me as one of the kids, you know, and I thought that was great. And I went there and I played video games and I ate pizza. I think it was, you know, bring a guest, so I think my brother went with me. It was really cool, you know, and you know, it was reciprocal. We made each other's day by just showing up. I don't remember if I think I brought a gift, but I don't remember what it was, you know. I was always uncomfortable around Johnny until then. Because he was in a wheelchair. Oh, there's yeah, Tanya, a girl that I didn't date, but she was one of the girls in the neighborhood. Hi. Henry, there's Henry. He's somebody I'm hoping to see at in August at the reunion in Lake Elsinore, because he just lives down the valley. So I'll send him a message. Hey, dude, I'm camping. Come say hi. Tony, he's somebody I see on Facebook. He probably won't make it. I think he's living in another state or Northern California or Oregon, or I don't know. It's hard to keep track of everybody. Wow, that's great to see all these faces. Wow. Chad. Wow. Joanne. She married my best friend's brother, and they're still married today. And I love that about them, that they're still together. Luis Mendoza. Let's see who's on this page over here. Anybody we know? Anybody we know? Just a lot of really young faces. Wow, that's great. That's great. A lot of ninth graders here. Because this high school was putting students up from all up and down the valley, because a lot of the communities were small, so they would just bus them to this high school. We lived in Temecula, and the bus ride from Temecula to the high school was 30 or 40 minutes an hour, depending on where you were on the route, you know. It was crazy. And that was just to get to the freeway, then go up the highway to 20 minutes to the school. Yeah, it was crazy. But that's the way it was out in the sticks, you know. We'll look at 8 o'clock. We're getting into hour 4 here. There you go. I never got any yearbooks either, and I'm so glad that I've got friends that got them that allow me to use them. At some point, I've got to put inside of them Post-its with the addresses and names to the people who they belong to, so, you know, in case something happens to me, they can get them back. Because I'm not in most of them anyway. I might be in one. Or Noel, I remember Noel. Lisa, she's a girl that I went to junior high with, and then to high school with, and then to the continuation high school with, adult education. And 10 years ago or so, I got together with her on Facebook, and on a 4th of July, she invited us down to her house, still in Lake Elsinore, to watch the fireworks show. And we did. And your picture was a no-show. And we went down, and she made this great dinner, and I felt kind of like, you know, intrusion. So we hung out outside and watched the fireworks and went for a walk and came back, and she invited us to dinner, and we hung out and ate dinner with her and her mom. And it was really, really nice, and I'm so grateful for that. You know, I don't know how I could ever, you know, repay her or even explain to her how awesome that was. But it was totally cool. Man, all these faces. Look, John. Oh, Johnny H. Yep, one of the guys I first met in junior high. That's pretty cool. Let's see, who else do we have here? Anybody? Scott. Yep, I remember Scott. Oh, look, and there's the girl, Annalisa, my sister's best friend. Puerto Rican black girl, just awesome. Really, I had a crush on her forever. And we used to walk back. We used to walk to junior high together every morning. And the Cat in Zero G was made possible with the parabolic flight in the plane. Oh, the vomit comet. Totally, I'm familiar with that, eh? Let's see, Erica. Yep, I remember Erica. And this guy here, Joe. Yep. Yeah, this is awesome. All of these 9th graders. Wow. And so many still that didn't get their picture taken, you know. Your picture is, we're going to get to it. Oh, you're a grade below me, dude. Orale, you're still in junior high. I got to dig up the 8th grade book. Orale, Hans. Let's see. Oh, there's another Chad. There's another Chad that I remember. I remember Jennifer. I remember Rick. Rick here. I used to not get along with Rick. Old piece of pot leaf or something there. Duke. Remember him. Here we go. Mark. I mean George. George here. I remember George. Totally, man. Oh yeah. Oh, and here we go. Robin. I remember Robin. I remember Julie. Oh, that's so cool. These people are all, they're, oh look, there's Steve. Steve! Steve, I know Steve on Facebook now. Good old Steve. He was in a mod band back in the day, and I think he still plays music. And I believe he lives in England, perhaps, even. And they still land on their feet. Well, they're cats. What are you going to do? You know, 0G or not. I think cats always land on their feet. They maybe spin upside down and land on the ceiling. Who knows? Okay, Kelly. Kelly. Okay, so she is, there were 2 girls, Vanessa and Kelly. Kelly, I believe, and Vanessa were up in the mountains, and they were passing a campsite, and a man who had just split up from his wife and was enraged shot them both and then took off. And one of the girls died. Vanessa died, and Kelly was badly injured, but she survived. And there's that story. There's another Kelly up here that I used to sit with in 9th grade, who didn't want to participate in PE like myself. So she and I found each other sitting on the bleachers all the time. And eventually, from one end of the bleachers to the other, we eventually came closer and closer and closer, and would eventually hang out and talk. Even though we were both from different cliques, we would hang out and talk together because, you know, we were cool. I even got invited over to her house one day, or stopped by one day out of the blue, and she was outside sunbathing, and, you know, with the lotion, and I don't know, I don't claim to know anything about girls, especially back then. I'm pretty sure she was hitting on me, looking back at it, but I was oblivious to it. I was just completely oblivious to that kind of stuff. Motif. Totally, eh? Yeah, it's probably, you and I are about the same age, so it's probably about the same looking hair and everything. Oh yeah, these people here were just, and this is kind of a country, rural area, right? Track homes spread out, big pieces of land everywhere, not too many places for the kids to gather. Yeah, it was a different it was a different thing than like being in Los Angeles or Hollywood or something, which I had experience there too, or being out on like an Indian reservation, going to school out there, which I did. Yeah, I'm not seeing too many familiar people here, up towards the B's and stuff here. Tiffany, I remember Tiffany. Tiffany now. And some of these people I would love to claim as friends now, but unfortunately we have political, even though I'm not political, their whole agenda completely goes against my personal beliefs. Has nothing to do with politics in my case. In their case it may, but in my case I don't do politics. But it's unfortunate that some of these people I've just had to let go. And for me, it would be the same with family. Right? If I had to let family go because of their beliefs, that's fine, because I don't need any of that kind of shit in my life. And it all comes down to either hate or not hate. You're either kind or you're not kind. You're either a good person or you're a bad person. That's all it comes down to in my book. And I see way too much hate out there, and I got no problem writing somebody off because they're just bringing too much hate, too much bullshit. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. It's all good. Tony Bagley. I would love these last names and stuff. There's Kelly again. So this is the girl there. That she was just awesome. Awesome, adorable. I see her on Facebook. She's an awesome person. And then we're getting into older kids here. So I won't go there, but I will leave this for another day. And then some more yearbooks back here. Because there's quite a few. I've got three junior high and 4 high school yearbooks there to check out, which pretty much takes us through most of my early schooling. Even though I wasn't in most of it, and I wasn't even in most of those schools, I was, yeah, dude. Woo, woo, woo. I wasn't really a part of that whole scene. There was a brief period in time where I did have some school chops, and I was part of the drama club, and I did, a play, and got involved with stuff. And then when I got to the adult continuation, I wasn't an adult yet, it was continuation school for kids who were screwing up, and then you could stay there if you were over 18. When I was there, I was, co-editor of the school newspaper below the English teacher, because she had to have final say. But, I was editor, and I did my own articles, and I did my own corner, Iron Maiden, Eddie's Corner, where I talked about stuff that kids were going through. Thank you, LG, for stopping by. That's BRB. That means be right back. Right on. Well, I hope you come back, because I'm just hanging out. And I'm going to hang out until I start to hear the house wake up. And then I'll put a wrap on it. I'll put a bow on it and call it good. But we're going into the weekend, so this will, wow, 11:11. That must be the time over there, because it's only 8:14 here. Totally. Totally, man. Don't you know, dearie? So yeah, I going into the weekend, I won't be doing this, and this is my therapy. Every morning I get up, I do this, I talk. If I didn't have the cameras on, I would do this anyway, which Saturday morning comes along, if I get up and it's just me sitting out here, I'll just sit out here and talk. I'll sit and talk to the dog. I'll put a TV show on and talk to it, so I am really a crazy old weird bearded guy. But it's what I got, while I can still talk, I'm going to talk. And while I can still do this YouTube stuff, I'm going to share what I got left of my life. There you go. And I'm going to have to heat that up so I can enjoy the last of it. So I'm going to heat up my coffee. I'm going to put together another bong hit, and then we'll talk. Oh, really? It's hot now. Oh, it's hot now. Hot, hot. I'm telling you, it's hot, hot. I'm suing because they censored their new movie so hard. Canceling a show about censorship. Huh. I don't know. Like I said, I don't watch the show, but censorship is never good when it's overdone, right? I think if you want to get something put into a specific genre or a specific arena to allow certain people to watch it, you're going to have to go through the censors, right? Whether it's on TV or it's streamed or in the theaters or whatever, you're going to have to go through something. It would make more sense, and they would probably make more money if they did it independent and underground, right? And fuck the whole system. But the only thing is that those guys have sold their soul to the owners of South Park. They don't own South Park anymore, right? All they do is work for the guys who own South Park. They probably don't even own the characters or the voices or any of that. You know, that's why they did basketball, so they could try to get some money out of their own stuff. Because once you get something, you got to make a deal with the devil, and you got to sell your soul and all of your rights and shit, right? It's like people who do these live sporting challenges. If the people who own that show want to take the likeness of the people on that show and make action figures, they can do that because you've sold the rights to your whole persona for that period of your life. That doesn't belong to you anymore, right? And that is so freaking ridiculous, you know? You know what? There's a lot of stuff that is going to be the death of Hollywood. Hollywood is just headed in the stupidest direction ever. But you know, such is the country. What do? Everybody's headed in the wrong direction right now. And it's not so much that some of these directions are wrong. They're just done wrong. We're going there wrong. We're taking the wrong vehicle to get there. You know. Oh, somebody's awake. There you go. Yep. So, I don't know if somebody's awake or just come out to use a restroom. Rise of the Pink Ladies and Queen of the Universe. No! No! Well, you know what? It's either not diverse enough, or it's, you know, too diverse, or it's too out there, it's not out there enough. You know, it's like, and then it changes. It keeps changing. The agenda keeps changing. You know, we have to do stuff to suit this group of people. Oh, well, don't forget about these guys. Oh, we have to pay homage to these people over here. Why can't they just do stuff for everybody? Just do a movie that's like appeals to everybody. No, because they have to, you know, they have to try to appeal to each different specific class, right? I don't know how to explain it. You know, it's like, why do you have to cater to every single person? You don't. you know, or we don't want to piss off this body of people over here, you know. Get over it, you know. Not every movie has to serve, you know, some agenda. You know, it's like people get upset for Clint Eastwood movies, him not putting enough black people in his movies, or his views on, and it's like, okay, don't get me wrong, but I have seen black people starring in his movies. Sure, he may be historically accurate on occasion where it needs to be, and won't put black people in positions that they weren't in originally in history. That's left to people like Quentin Tarantino and these new, you know, guys. What's his face? That black guy who does that Medea stuff, right? That's for those guys who want to rewrite history, right? And while they're sure there were black cowboys, they didn't rule the West. You know, they barely had the opportunity to have any opportunities, right? When you start rewriting history to suit a specific group of people, you know. Let the kids take over. Get everyone over 50 out of there. There you go. There you go. But the youngest, because like I stated earlier, we lost a couple of generations of people who were out there right now running amok. And I think the current generation of adults, young adults, are seeing what's going on out there, seeing who's running muck, and they're either going to join that muck running, that fiasco show that's going on, or they're going to see it and wise up. And there's a lot that are wised up about it. You know, I think my daughter has the wherewithal to stand back and see what's going on rather than be right in the middle of it and going, I'm an idiot, right? So, yeah, leave it to the young people, you know. But we need to educate the young people. You know, my idea is halt pregnancy for 5 years. Reboot the whole educational system so that for the first few years of their schooling, it's just reading, writing, arithmetic, and learning how to care about each other and care about ourselves and take care of our bodies and eat right and do all of this. So that by the time they get to like junior high school, right, they're learning the stuff that they take forever to learn, teach us, right? And then you learn 4 or 6 years of that kind of crap, and then you're off to a couple of years of high school that's trade school or getting you ready for a graduate program or college or something, right? And then certify people to have fucking kids. Because nowadays people are fucking idiots. Most people out there having kids, the kids are oopses. They shouldn't be that many people out there having kids who don't know what the fuck to do once they have them. You know, I see this every once in a while. I pop on and this videos pop up of this tattooed couple with piercings and just covered head to toe, and they got this little baby in their arms, and they're always throwing that baby around, shaking that baby, and I half expect, I even posted, I half expect to see that baby on that channel with fucking tattoos and piercings, right? And I'm like, call fucking CPS on these people, you know? People need to be checked out before they just willy-nilly start pumping kids out. And have a two kid per family policy, a 1-for-1. A couple can have 2 kids. If you're single, you can have 1 kid. Otherwise, fucking adopt. You know, there's too many people out there. We need to, after 5 years of no births, population comes way down, education goes way up. We certify people to have kids. They only have 1-for-1, right? The world gets better. We're producing people we can afford to feed and educate well. So now we're turning out a better class of human, regardless of where they're from or what race or what color they are, right? We're turning out a better class of human to better serve humankind, the future. And that's never going to fucking happen. Because what do they want? They want stupid, uneducated, barefoot and pregnant, believe anything you see on your fucking phone, ignorance, mouth-breathing fucking slack-jawed fucking morons. That's what they want. And we're giving it to them by the fucking city full, you know? And it's sad and it's ridiculous. I really think people ought to pass a proper exam before they're allowed to be parents. Yeah, they should be certified. They should go through a course, a 6-month course or something, where they learn parenting skills. First they learn how to be pregnant and how to do all of that, and then they learn how to take care of babies and educate the child, get the kid ready for the new educational system, right? And that's an educational system that requires parents' interaction, and you can do that if you're not required to deal with 6 or 8 fucking kids, right? Yeah, it's just everything's out of whack. Everything's just so fucking far out of whack. And nobody wants to use their fucking head to cogitate a decent thought to come up with a plan that's better than what's going on. They just keep rewriting the whole fucking system. That's why they keep coming up with new math. Every few years, we got a new math to keep the parents uninvolved from their kids. I don't know what you're doing. I can't understand that. After my daughter got to a certain age, I couldn't be involved in her homework anymore because I didn't know what the fuck they were doing. Right? You're learning what? This is how do you? I don't. I got to relearn math just so I can help my daughter? No, I couldn't do that, and that was ridiculous. You know, fucking ridiculous. And it always seems to go around in cycles. You know, eventually we're gonna come right back around to the way they were learning 100 years ago, because that's the original way, and that's the tried and true method, right? We haven't even got the fucking wherewithal to take our country from the 70s and teach them the metric system and we couldn't even switch to the metric system. How horrible of a society are we that we couldn't just get on board with the rest of the world and make a universal metric system, right? What's wrong with that? How come we couldn't do that? You give us new math, you give us this new history, you give us all this new bullshit, but you won't give us the metric system. It was so fucking easy to learn. I learned the metric system back then, and it was easy to learn. It was, tenths and 100ths and that thousandths, and it was just easier. It was broken up easier than, inches and feet and all of that crap. Give me the metric system any day. And what do we got? If you're going to work on your car in the United States, you got to have the metric and the standard system of everything, because that's the way it is. You never know what you're going to get on an American car. You get some part as this and some part as that. Sad. It's very, very sad, But what's really sad is the educational system in this country, and how they constantly ram bullshit down your throat and make you remember it, and then force you to forget it just so that you can remember the next chunk of bullshit. That when you get out there doesn't mean anything. You got to graduate from college and university with a bunch of bullshit to get a degree in bullshit, and then try to use that. You got to use the prestige of having a degree, not the degree itself, because the degree is pretty much worthless. If you're going to look at the educational part of the degree, it's the fact that you went through all the trouble to earn a fucking degree. That's the important part. People ought to, right, okay. 25 years, that's the mark right there. 2000, 2001, because that's when things started to go into full-blown propaganda mode. We have to change this country to suit our agenda, and they started actually in 95. They tried to get it going, but it fizzled, right? And 2001, boy, they really kicked it off, and they got everybody on board. Yeah, heavy duty stuff. The way this country has changed so drastically, and then how it's affected the rest of the world. Completely just fucked over the little guy, I'm telling you. But it got everybody on board to an idea and an ideal and a way of thinking that it would have been really contrary to get people to believe that 20 years before. And now 25 years later, people will believe anything. All you got to do is put it on a video and put it on their phone, and they believe it. Oh my God, did you see the aliens? Did you see this? Did you see that? You know, did you see what the government did? Did you see what they bombed? Did you see this over here? Did you see this guy? Did you see this cat? You know, in space. Well, it's not really in space, right? It's and then AI bullshit going on. You mix AI with reality, and it's like, pff, you don't fucking know. You don't know anymore. I would love to believe some of the videos that I've seen, but instantly you're drawn to that. Now, this is bullshit. This is AI, or this is just somebody's bullshit. And so there's a sense of skepticism in my world that's like magnified beyond anything. And I was a skeptic. I was a cynic way before all of this. And now, yeah, have a great weekend. You too, LG. Take care of yourself. I'll see you Monday. Look for that video time machine tonight. Peace. But yeah, this world is just so propagandized and so brainwashed anymore. I don't know, you know, what the fuck to believe. Why? Well, as a teacher, you know, I mean, you know, of course, teachers are the most important job in our nation, and they get paid crap. We should be having the best of the best teaching our kids, right? And they should be getting the best of the best. Instead, we've got fighters and sports figures and musicians, and all of these people are getting the most of the money and the most of our appreciation, when it should be the scientists and the doctors and the teachers and the researchers and the technicians and the creators. And instead we give it all to these people who really don't give anything back to us, right? And that's horrible. And that's horrible, that you put all of that effort into something and then you try to take that and pass it on, and you're given a pittance of what you should be. That's just fucked up. Long hit. Totally, man. Totally, man. Totally, man. Yeah, I mean, it would be great if the smart people were running the show. That would be fantastic. That's where I see politics as a bad thing, because people can politic themselves with other people's money, even their own money, to get into an office that they don't rightly deserve. Right? They get in there with campaign promises and lies and a bunch of money and a bunch of commercials, and that's wrong. And that's why I don't go for modern politics. And then there's the two-party system, which even makes it worse. It's like kicking a dog when he's hurt, you know. We're left with no choice, you know, shithead number one or shithead number two. And I don't go in for that either, you know. And it really should be the people deciding which of us is the smartest guy for the fucking job. You know, the smartest guy with the biggest heart. Let's put him in there. And then hopefully other countries would follow suit, and we would have but no, because capitalism has taken over, and, you know, this whole power struggle that the world's on, and this country is on a huge power struggle right now. This, you know, we're trying to pass agendas that just wouldn't fly in the past, you know. And hate and division is at the core of it. And it's just sad. Once again, it sickens me and it saddens me. Yep. So, at some point in the next half hour, I'm going to call it quits and get the heck out of here and have some breakfast and try to get my act together for the day. Gosh, try to figure out how I'm going to plan the next couple of days putting together shit for the channel. I've got to upload some radio shows to finish off the radio shows for the next 2 months, and I've got to upload the first 5 educational films for this coming week and get those up. And then I've got to do the program guide and the weekly preview of the morning show and the 4 o'clock movie. I think my daughter and I are going to try again this week to do the Minecrafting Monday, and if so, then we'll probably do the Fortnite thing. It was canceled last Monday, earlier this week, because my daughter surprised me with jury duty that she's been telling me about forever. But if you don't tell me every day leading up to it, I don't remember nothing. So she had to do that, and I didn't want to have her do that during the day and then have to come home and hang out with me and do that. She needed to go do her thing and chill out. So it was like, yeah, no thing. And I didn't do it because I had gotten back kind of late and just didn't have anything set up. And I was like, yeah, fuck it. I can postpone it. It's family stuff. It's all good. It's all good. It's good. So we'll have to see if we're going to get around to that this week, or it's just going to be me playing Minecraft by myself, working on that scary house that I'm going to be working on. And I've been clearing land and flattening it and moving trees back and stuff. And now I'm going towards the back side of the property where it's going to be on kind of a slope. And I need to slope that down in chunks, big steps that are big enough for a floor and a ceiling, right? So it'll step down, and then I can do an elevator or a ladder, and do different ways to go up and down, level to level. And then from level to level, each level will be different and have different rooms that go off from it, which will create this kind of haunted house, eerie Winchester House effect, which is what I'm going for. We are led by the least among us, and yeah, and we do not fight back against the dehumanizing values that are handed down as control icons. Terrence McKenna. Yeah, that's it. You know, now we let celebrities dictate our political views. Well, if that's the way my, what's his face that I like to go see in concert, then that's how I'm going to feel about it. And it's like, okay, well, first of all, his music's great, but he's an uneducated idiot. And he's talking out his ass because he knows nothing what he's fucking talking about. But because he's your favorite rap artist or hip-hop star or rock star or whatever, you're going to go along with whatever he says, right? And that's where we fall short of in our education and our parents' influence too, yeah, we're being led around by our entertainment factor, we just want to be entertained. And it's it's entertainment, but they're educating us in a way they force their dogma down our throat and teach us these things that we wouldn't normally learn. But edutainment is different. Edutainment means that they're going to entertain us and educate us. They're going to put on these stupid videos and then brainwash us into believing this because we love those videos. We love that show. We love that movie series. So now we want to be that. We want to live that. And cosplay is one of those things that I see that I know it is a deep dive into my playlists. You just got to pick one and jump in and start. Pick one with the least amount of videos first. Start it from the beginning. Flip the list over so you're looking at the beginning of the video list. And start with some of my early homemade videos. Those are fun. Yeah, everything's just so ass backwards right now. It's so screwed up. That's why I love all these educational films from the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. Because it gives you a real hard glimpse. Not always pretty, but a real hard glimpse, a look, a window into what it was like back then. And without that, we have nothing to compare it to today. And if you just want to not look at the past, then we're going to keep going on into oblivion until we fuck each other all over. But you have to look back in order to realize where we're going wrong. Well, if we did this back then and it went wrong, why would we be doing it again today? And that's what I'm trying to show. There's a lot that we need to remember. There's a lot that we should never forget. And the stuff that happened 25 years ago, we need to forget that shit. All right? We need to move the fuck on. Because the way they want us to think about it is wrong. Right? It was all a tool. And we're being used as tools now. Because they've stripped us completely of our rights. And they just keep whittling us down till pretty soon we're going to have to just stand in line with everybody else and, you know, excuse the expression, suck hind tit. Just get nothing, you know. Stand all day in line and get nothing. Because there ain't going to be anything left. They keep grabbing up everything and selling it back to us. And then we just throw it in the landfill. So now we've got depleted natural resources, water, food, you know, clean soil, clean air, you know, all these things. And we've got these mines that are just gouging the earth to pull all of this toxic crap out that we then turn into more toxic crap to create these vehicles that now have a carbon footprint that's bigger than any gas guzzler that's ever been invented, right? And once you get it on the road, then its carbon footprint is like whatever coal burning plant it takes to charge the damn thing. So electric cars, it was a great idea, but it's a complete fucking loss and a waste of time. And we need to rethink that idea real fucking quick. That needs to be overhauled, just like the education system. We need to go back and rethink it. All right, the stuff that they created. Well, that's the only way we could do it. Bullshit. There's always 100 ways to fucking do something. Don't tell me this is the only way that you can create a battery or an electric vehicle, right? No. You got to think back. Look at the fucking pyramids. How did humans do these great things back then? If we couldn't do them today, how could they do them back then with what we would think to be less technology, right? So there's ways of doing things that we just don't know. We haven't figured it out yet, right? We got to figure it out. There are ways of making vehicles to propel ourselves around the planet that's not going to harm the planet or us, right? Let's rethink that rather than giving a prize for the first person to get a viable rocket ship or solar this or that. Let's figure out how to propel us around the planet without, you know, destroying the planet. That would be great. That's never going to happen. You know, by the time the population gets so far out of control we can't do anything about it, and we're going to start dying off. We're going to be dying off because there's going to be no food left, and disease is going to run fucking crazy. Killing over a fucking can of beans. I mean, it's going to get fucking crazy. What do you do then? You know, population is going to fucking come way down, but there ain't going to be much around for the average person to live for. You know, no lights, no boats, no motor cars, you know, not a single luxury. It ain't going to happen. You're just screwed. You're just dying screwed. So, there's going to be pockets of people who have stuff and the ability to still live, and they're going to get fucked over and overrun. You know, of course, all of the rich people and military and all of that, they're just going to go underground. They're just going to go hide somewhere and let us kill each other off until we get down to a manageable level, and then they'll come over and turn us into slaves. You know, that's how that's going to work. They tell us this. They being philosophers and storytellers and people like Gene Roddenberry. All of this stuff gets explained to us through movies and media and books and literature and stuff. For the last 100 years, they've been telling us what's happening, what's going on, what our future looks like, 1984, Fahrenheit 451, all of this shit. And they give us little messages along the way to let us know. Because later on they can come back, historians come back and say, well, look, they were told all of these things, whether they're going to see it as movies, entertainment, or historical documents, right? Galaxy Quest. They're going to see it as our past. And it's all going to get muddled together as our past reality, right? They told them this was going to happen, and look what they did. Books, people marching in the streets saying, save the planet, and look, they destroyed it anyway, right? They did all of these things. They were told all of these things were going to happen, that all of these things were happening to them, and they didn't believe any of it, or they went along willingly. Most of us go along willingly. We pull up to the fast food window and we hand over the money, and as we're handing over the money, we read on the fast food window, products in this restaurant are known by the state of California to cause cancer, right? And they give those products back to us and we ingest them. Why? Because it's all part of the same system. We're feeding into the healthcare industry. That's why it's called an industry, because they need us. We're just chattel. We're just a product to feed that industry, right? In order to keep that machine going, they need lots of sick people. So what do? They make sure that our food gets us sick. They make sure that our environment gets us sick. They make sure that the gasoline we put into our cars make us sick. Everything that we have around us makes us sick. That's a great scene from a 1990-91 movie, I think, referencing something out of the 80s. And that's Johnny Mnemonic, right? Where Henry Rollin from Black Flag is just going off about, and this is what does it, and this is what does it, and this, we can't live without this shit, you know? And he goes on this fucking rant, and that's it. And that's one of those messages. Every once in a while in a movie, somebody prophetic gives us a message, and we do not heed that message because it's just entertainment. It's just, there are messages that are edutainment, that are entertainment, but they're educational, informative entertainment because somebody knows what's going on and they slip us that, you know. And you see that in a lot of big movies where they slip us that a lot. Spielberg does that a lot of his movies. He slips us information that could point to a reality that we're not being told of, right? Craziness. We're going to go on for another 10 minutes or so, and then I'm going to have to call it quits. Not just because I have to go pee-pee and eat breakfast, but because the house is awake. My dog is sitting there over on the couch going, hey, what the hell, man? Stop talking to yourself. And my wife is probably thinking, how the hell can he just keep talking about nothing, right? Because I do. I just go on and on and on and on. Maybe it's the coffee. On days when I don't drink coffee, I don't talk as much. But like I said, I'm going into the weekend. I get a lot of shit out so that I can wait till Monday. Right? So watch a good movie. What was the movie of the week? Creature of the Black Lagoon, I think, was last week. And we had some other stuff, baby. What was it? Oh, here we go. Look at the playlist here. Next week on Monday, we're going to watch part 2 of JT, which is a great movie about a kid and a cat. And then, yeah, Creature from the Black Lagoon is the movie of the week, so get a chance to watch that this week. Roots is the TV show or TV miniseries of the week, so watch that. Toledo Window Box is the comedy album of the week, George Carlin. Try to listen to that. Straight Arrow, it's on yesterday's pre-show, and you can listen to that. We finally got around to the comedy 8 tracks today, and the Apollo mission stuff today that we didn't get to last week on the 4th of July because my show got canceled. Technical difficulties said, no more. So there you go. And I fixed that problem, I believe. I took my mixer and blew it out and cleaned it out really good, and then reset my Windows Media Player program so it didn't keep glitching and freezing and doing sound drop and stuff. So I hopefully I'm good there. I'm afraid that if I leave my audio video mixer on too long and it gets hot, it'll keep doing that. You're out on the back patio, Susie, doing laundry by hand. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. I did that for decades growing up. And it's dishes and floors. Fun day ahead. Oh, yeah, we're going to be off here at 11 to go clean a house, my wife and I. So I'm going to be eating breakfast here at 9. And then getting ready to get out of here maybe by as early as 10 to see if they're gone. But yeah, no, thank you, Susie, for hanging out. And check out those videos. If all you do is go back to the beginning of the videos, my video list, and just start at the beginning, where I did some of the earliest stuff. Check that out, because I did a documentary about myself growing up. That's kind of cool, and I'm kind of proud of that one. And then there's a few other things that I did, or trailers for the channel and whatnot. But I'm really excited about Nighttime Nonsense and Nostalgia and the morning show. And this is the 4th season of the morning show, and the 3rd season was like 120, 100, maybe a couple of hundred episodes. It was just a lot of episodes, right? I don't even remember. But I'm hoping to double that this season and just do maybe a whole year of mornings. That would be awesome. Because not much is going to change from this format here, I think, so that I can share as much as I possibly can. On some days, I'm going to set up, and we're going to go for hours, and we're going to set up a table and just have all kinds of stuff to look at. So, yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for hanging out, all of that. Totally, man. It's not as much fun when I'm just hanging out here by myself. I'll do it anyway. But it's not as much fun. I love having the interaction. I love it when Joey's like here and he has the energy to hang out and talk, and we can. I fear that right now, when Joey's watching lately, he's just kind of hanging back, watching everybody else and reading comments and kind of listening to what's going on. Because that's exactly what I would be doing if I were Joey. If I were me watching a channel, I would just be kind of hanging back and then chiming in once in a while, usually with a smart-ass remark. But I'd probably be doing the same thing. So at some point, I do have the ability to get people on my graphics computer via Facebook Messenger and do a live audio or video chat. So if somebody is interested in that, find me on Facebook, and I'm the one with the smirking happy face, and you can find my information. Hey, there he is, Joey. I knew you were there. I can sense it, brother. And I love that, yeah. But yeah, tune in. Live stuff is just where it's at for me, live stuff. So if you want to come and do a live video chat or audio chat or something, do that. I'd like to get Joey on again and more often. We did an audio chat once, and it's whatever you feel comfortable with. You want to, text me a photograph of something of you, wearing a tutu, or a likeness of you, a drawing, or something that represents you, and I'll just put it up on the screen and say, this is so-and-so, and have you on an audio chat. That would be awesome, to get somebody on once a week on a Friday to come and hang out when they've got the spare time, to hang out for an hour or so and do a back and forth, actual blah 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 blah, right? That'd be awesome, because I like to blah blah. Ask anybody here. My dog, I'm putting him to sleep. All right, so I'm gonna wrap it up here at the top of the hour. That would be 9 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, and that will make it about a 4-hour show, I think. So there you go. And that's pretty cool. So thank you everybody who's been here, who's shown up, who's still here. I love mornings like this where I can hang out and actually have some back and forth, right? And talk to somebody, even Joey, saying yeah, just fucking with my head. Totally, because aside from the chat, Joey and I'll message each other on our phones and send pictures and stuff and talk about things. So that's why our conversations here kind of fall short. It seems one-sided on my end, but sometimes it's not, because we're communicating telepathically. So there you go. Right. So yeah. I can't wait until next week, because it will be after the weekend, and I'll be like, man, I got to do a show. I gotta get off at a dime here and do something, man. So over the weekend, I still don't stop. Whether I'm cleaning houses or doing stuff going around, I usually have time to sit and put together a week's worth of shows, fill my boxes, and I'll get my box back up here behind me. It was the 4th of July that I kind of cleared as much out as I could. Yeah. Joey. But I'll get, it takes me half a day to plan my week, fill up my boxes full of stuff, and pick out my shirts and my records and whatever I'm going to talk about, and then have to get those items and find some kind of video sort thing that I can use, element, and to create the program guide and the weekly guide for what's the 4 o'clock movie is, what the morning show is. So that'll take up a half a day, usually on Sunday. I try to get that posted before midnight and do that. And then in my spare time, I try to keep the videos uploading to the channel so that I stay on top of that. Because if I don't, all of a sudden I look at Monday and I've got nothing on my channel, and then I've got to create a bunch of videos and hope to get them all uploaded in time for each day, right? And I was doing that for a while. I was just going day to day, week to week. I would work on a week and get it uploaded by Sunday, and then it would be on, and I would know what to do with my program guide. And I've been doing program guides for about a year now. I've been doing this programming for about, a year and a half, 2 years, I think. And it's just become a lot of fun. Just gathering the elements alone and researching and compiling stuff for later use. I mean, I've got such a knee-deep file of educational films to pull out and go through that I don't upload too many anymore or download too many anymore, because I want to go through the files that I have and whittle them down and get them off of my computer and onto the hard drive. And then at some point, I take stuff off of my hard drive and burn it onto disk and stack it up. And so I've got 6 or 7 disks, and I've got to get some more disks and stack them in there and burn stuff on DVD so that I can just get it out of my computer and off my hard drives. Because I don't want to get rid of it. I don't want to just delete it because it's already uploaded. I don't want to get rid of the version that I've created to upload plus the original version. So I keep both. And I keep them in different files, and I don't want to part with them because I'm a hoarder, right? And I even hoard digital files. I hoard photographs, family photographs. I don't delete. When I take photographs, I don't delete. They're digital. It's not like I'm, I don't want to print this and I don't want to print that. It's digital. I just save it. So I've always got access to one photograph that we took, and the 6 before that, and the 6 after that. But this was the good one. But this one's got a great shot, and this one's making a funny, whatever, So I've got thousands and thousands and hundreds of thousands of photographs from back when my wife and I first got married. Just tons of stuff. And it just goes on and on and on forever, like me. Okay, people, it is time for me once again to say goodbye. I gotta get out of here. I gotta go. Joey, take care. Get back to me and we'll work out some kind of schedule for getting you on here as a co-host. And anybody who's been watching who wants to get in touch with me, post me a message on my channel. Go to posts and post me a message and I'll get back to you. Show me where to find you on Facebook and I'll shoot you a message. Otherwise, I will be back Monday with the same old razzmatazz. And if I still have any Raz left, there'll be plenty of Mataz. See you later, Joey. Take care. Love you guys. Love you, Joey. Love you, Susie. Everybody, take care. Everybody who's already gone, take it easy. I'll see you Monday. Fear not, I shall return. All right, people, I am going to get out of here. You know what to do. All right. Same message as always. All right. Be kind to each other. Spread peace and love, not bullshit. Not war. right? Do something for yourself later. And do something for somebody else too. Why? Because you can, and it makes you feel good, makes somebody else feel good, makes the world a better place, right? Do that. Most especially stay weird, because if you ain't weird, ain't nobody gonna be weird for you, baby. You gotta do the time, put in the effort, right? Walk the mile. And while you're walking that mile, walk it in somebody else's shoes, all right? See what it looks like from the other side of the tracks, people. Because sometimes it ain't pretty, but we gotta be there. And we're looking over at the other side of the tracks from where we're at, and we're going, wow, man, do you think I could get a little hand? Nah, shut up, leave me alone. This is mine. Right? All right, I'll get off. All right, you guys, take care of yourselves. Stay weird. Be cool. Love you. And adios.